Greg. And also, what's here? We've got all the scaffold. All it is put the stuff there. That's all boarding.
Well, good morning and welcome back to Sixways Stadium here in Worcester. It's another day of RFU National Schools semi-finals. It's the Cup semi-finals today. 3 games in prospect for you, starting off with the under-15 semi-finals. Sam McNulty's joined me on commentary today. Sam, thanks for jumping in the commentary box. I know it's a bit breezy up here.
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm really looking forward to the day.
Well, we saw 4 wonderful games yesterday and we're hoping for more of the same today. This fast-flowing 4G pitch will certainly have a lot of action and a lot of tries in store for us as well. The wind not as breezy as it was yesterday, so we're hoping for well, maybe the temperature just to warm up a little bit. I'm not too sure that's going to happen, but it's cool on the pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, clear as day, and hopefully we can see some fast-flowing rugby. You know, obviously with the 4G pitch, less conditions to play a part, and yeah, it should be a good day.
Well, a place at Twickenham on the 16th of March is up for grabs. This is what it's all about for these players. Perhaps the biggest occasion of their young careers, and for some of the lads in the under-18s, it could be the last time they play together as a school unit. So it's a very emotive day, very important day indeed, and a lot of parents down in the stand as well, despite the early start for an 11 o'clock on a Sunday.
Yeah, the Quegs, they've brought a big following with them today. They're making a lot of noise already. The signs are out. But no, yeah, it's brilliant. And obviously from my experience playing rugby at this level, these are some of the best memories of your life, and being able to play at a stadium such as this and the opportunity to potentially play at Twickenham as well is just a fantastic opportunity, and it's one that you relish and one that you remember for the rest of your career.
For pretty much all of the parents out there, I'm sure they'll be accustomed to the early morning Sunday starts for mini and junior rugby as well, wouldn't they?
Yeah, indeed, and you know, it's full credit to them really, that like the children here today, or the kids, or the young adults you could call them, you know, it's a credit to the parents, and there's so much that goes on behind the scenes for the coaches and everybody else involved with in these teams. So it's yeah, it's fantastic, and it's great for them to show the support today.
Well, we're just eagerly awaiting the teams to come out onto the pitch. It is Queen Elizabeth Grammar School, Wakefield taking on Ipswich School. Ipswich we saw in the under-18s Vase semi-final yesterday. Had a great game in that, so a successful weekend potentially for them. Well, certainly in the quarterfinals to get here, but what can they both do in this game today? It's 30 minutes each way, and we are just taking a moment. We can take a look at the teams as well whilst we just eagerly anticipate their arrival on the pitch. Well, let's take a look at Quegs. Maybe some names you're familiar with. Lance Barker captaining the side from fly half. It's been quite a theme this weekend of leaders at fly half, and let's see what they've got in the forward pack as well. Always a tough battle, isn't it? You're never quite sure. You don't get to play these types of teams very often, and you're never sure until that first scrummage comes as to what the other team has got in their locker room.
Exactly, and you know, it's a really important area of the game. Obviously less so with the metre-and-a-half push, but and uncontested lineouts. But obviously every pack will want to set the stall out early, get that impetus, and everybody's really proud of their pack. So it'll be a really interesting battle there up front.
Yeah, we saw some good shoves yesterday. A lot of scrums going either way against the head. But that's Quegs for you. Well, Ipswich, there's some great names in this lineup for them, and their captain today, George Ransley, from the back row. He's got Radley, Bomber and Albert Seville in the back row with him. Their half-backs, Theo Hubert and Eduardo Tadero as well. Well, you can hear the cheers, and here they come. Quegs playing in the black and yellow, and in the blue and yellow hoops it is Ipswich. Slightly different kit to what we saw their under-18 counterparts playing yesterday. Good atmosphere already, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant. And obviously you can hear the noise below us. They're making a right odd racket, and I'm sure they're going to be cheering all the way through this one.
Well, this is the first of 2 games in the Under-15 Cup semi-final. It means so much just to have got to this point here at Sixways. It is a huge, huge occasion.
Exactly, and you know, they go through so many rounds to get to where they are. You don't think about it at the early stages of the competition. You know, it's a great opportunity for these schools to play each other. I think it might be their first time they play one another, so that's another fantastic part of the cup. But you don't think about it, and then you get to a stadium like this, and then it all becomes real. And then it comes down to that kick-off, and you get to work.
Well, the winner of this game will play Radley College versus Wellington, who kick off in around about 90 minutes here at Sixways. But in this first game, we are underway. Well, Ipswich looking to get moving from deep inside their own 22. Here comes the fullback, Kit Fell-Clark.
Good pressure at the breakdown there.
Eduardo Tadero at 10 for Ipswich today with the clearance. And that is a lovely touch finder. Bobbled nicely on this 4G surface.
Yeah, fantastic. Puts them back under pressure. See what Queggs have got to get out of here.
We saw some unbelievable kicking yesterday. Actually sensational. And even from the young under 15 lads as well, they can certainly wallop the ball.
Yeah, well, kicks play a massive part, especially in the modern game, including the 50-22 rule now. So, you know, you'll probably look to see a lot of that throughout today.
Well, straight to Jack Bailey for Queggs, and now they try to run this one. Charlie Rust with the carry this time.
Good step.
Good footwork, isn't it? Bailey once more. Now they look to move it into the 15-metre channel, this time through Hunter. Trying a little stab through the defence. Big bosh coming in from Will Evans. Will Evans cutting inside. Well, Will Evans in the red scrum hat. Can he go the whole way? Great tackle. The cover coming in from Ipswich, and their fullback Kit Fell-Clark. It's still with Queggs inside the 22. Bailey once more with another big carry. Chop tackle coming in from Ipswich. Patient now, Harris NG at scrum half for Queggs. Just managing the tempo here, looking for a forward carrier, and it's Khan gets the ball away. What a big hit coming in, and that was actually the fly half. Tadero, huge hit from Ipswich, really shunted the momentum. Xander Layton for Queggs.
Yeah, being forced back now. Great pressure in the defence.
Barker, the captain. First time we've seen him on the charge. Good control of tempo from Queggs. Cutting on the line, it's Rust. Forwards with the link play here. They're working through the phases, aren't they?
They are indeed, and you know, this pressure will probably take a toll later on, but now they are looking comfortable. They get putting pressure on the breakdown, and they're looking to try and get back on top.
Still on the edge of the 22. The Ipswich defence not quite creaking just yet. Now comes the grubber through from Barker. Evans, who got them into the 22 with his rangy break, can't quite get on the end of it, and Ipswich look to clear their lines. Todaro.
Great kick, another great kick.
And that was wonderful. Right on the halfway, got some metres of that kick, didn't he?
That's it, and real great covered defence by Ipswich to then change from defence to then win an opposition line out on the halfway, alleviating that pressure. Very, very well defended.
I mean, he didn't have much time to get the kick away, did he? 45 metres he's made there. Monster boot from the right foot of Eduardo Tadero. Straight to Bailey. Now Khan in the midfield once more, likes to pop up in that position. Through the hands of Mackenzie into Ownsley. Penalty to Ipswich.
Great turnover. This is up by the 10, of all people.
Well, he's had one monster hit already and a big turnover.
What's he doing there?
Likes to get amongst it, doesn't he?
He does.
Tadero, feisty in the contact at the moment. Nudges that into the 22 as well. Positive opening 5 minutes here from both sides.
Yeah, lots of opportunities. Hopefully Ipswich can make the most of this position now.
Well, first chance to see an Ipswich line out. Harry Chapman with the ball in hand.
First maul of the day.
They're coming away with it here. It's still moving forward. Back with Chapman. Penalty to Ipswich.
Was that for in the side there? I didn't quite see.
Yeah, I think that's what the referee was indicating. It was challenging, wasn't it, to defend for Queggs. Ipswich just peeling around the fringes, weren't they?
Indeed, and I wouldn't be surprised if we look to see something similar again and get the hooker over the line.
Something you'll know about, I'm sure, plenty of.
Sadly, not too many this season, but yeah, it's definitely it's such a massive focus point of the game, the maul, and trying to stop that maul is so difficult once it gets rolling. So, you know, I'm sure.
Trick play coming around the fringes, boshing through is Bolton Smith. Well, you usually see them go open, but it's down the blind side they go, and that charging run from Harrison Kay, actually, I believe, storming with that opening try for Ipswich School.
Yeah, brilliant. I actually saw them practicing that in the warm-up, and they actually fumbled that, and it's great to see them execute it. And to be fair, he had both options. He had the hooker on to pass back to, but he opted to keep it, and thankfully it went over.
I mean, the left winger, Will Ryan, not going to stand a chance against Harrison Kay, was he?
No, not when you're running full steam like that. Charging onto the ball. Yeah, both options. He opted to go for the glory, and gladly got the results.
Can't blame him, can you? We saw a couple of good trick play lineouts in this very corner yesterday as well, and a bit of magic dust down there, I think.
Well, let's hope so. I'm sure they'll try and write it and carry that on for the rest of the match.
Tadero off the tee for Ipswich. Just pulled it. So it is Ipswich that lead 5 points to 0 here at Sixways in this opening game of day 2 from the RFU National Schools semi-finals weekend. This the other view as well, and Harrison Kay charging through. That is a great finish, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant. Love to see it. They don't often get opportunities like that, so you've got to make the most of them.
If you're Ipswich and you get another line out in a few minutes in the same position, do you do the same move?
It's a good question. I mean, if it works like that, why not? We'll have to wait and see. But a great turnover here that will add loads of energy to the forward pack, and they'll try and put this into the scrum now.
Well, I believe this is the first scrum of the game. Chance to see what they've got in the engine room. NG, Harris NG at scrum half for Queggs. Solid platform.
Standing up a little bit, but that's fine.
Looking to move it wide through Mackenzie now. Mackenzie on the arc. Good fend.
Oh.
Sonny Bill to Ownsley, who just about stays in field. Nice tempo just bubbling for Queggs at the moment. Into the 22 they go. They've got plenty of numbers. A full forward pack on the outside. It's with Bolton Smith now. In front of the sticks, 10 metres out. Through the hands, big shot coming in.
Again.
Lister. Barker to Mackenzie, gets the offload away once again. Good hands, but Ipswich bundle them into touch.
Good scramble D again. Yeah, they look to start making a bit of headway there, and then the 10 again comes out with a massive shot, puts them back on their haunches and drags the man into touch. So fantastic D again.
It's a great confidence booster seeing your fly half putting in hits like that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And if the 10's doing it, walk out the forward pat, I'm sure we'll be just licking their lips as well now.
Nice lift for Radley, the captain, and now the charge from Oliver Kin, but the penalty coming for Queggs in front of the posts. Well, not releasing.
The nimble little 7 getting in there, making a nuisance of himself. Classic. Story as old as time, that.
Well, it was a nice little break from Oliver Kin. Just didn't have the support, and it was a great bit of work from Rufus Helm. Just being a menace on the floor, as all good 7s do, as you say. That's a good penalty to get, just closes that gap to 2 points, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah, and hopefully just carries the momentum through.
Nice nudge, Lance Barker, the captain, keeping things moving.
Yeah, now they have to just make sure they look after this ball now. Hopefully a clean exit. Maybe they'll look after the ball. I saw them in the warm-up as well. They'll keep and hold the ball quite rather than opting for the kick, so that'll be interesting to see now.
But it's been a really great opening 10 minutes, hasn't it? High quality.
Yeah, really impressive. Hopefully the scoring will continue and it'll be quite an entertaining match.
That bounce bang on the line. We're coming back for the scrum on halfway.
That's another psychological boost for Queggs. Really getting to the heads of the opposition, and hopefully they can put some pressure again in this scrum. Great shot, just standing up again.
Second time, second scrum standing up, and Bailey now comes blind through the hands. Barker to Mackenzie. He's got Hunter outside of him, but running out of room, so cuts back inside. NG.
Inside.
Khan. Somebody's lost the boot as well. Big drive, and NG couldn't get the ball away. Penalty. Ipswich offside.
Yeah, just over creeping. That's what happens when you get front foot ball. The 13, he's making great leeway at the minute. He's got the hand off. He's looking for the offloads. He's really asking questions of the defence. So once you get on top, you've got to make sure you take that extra yard when you step back. And they didn't on this time, and they've paid.
Well, that was a beautiful touch finder as well, because Queggs are going to get the line out on the 5 metre line.
Looks like there might be a set move here, the way they're huddling together.
This is the thing hookers dream of, right? The driving maul off the 5 metre line out.
Yep, just got to get the the ball in right, as far too often happens. But no, absolutely, this is a fantastic opportunity, and so many hookers get their rewards from it. Staying on the floor, interesting option.
Well, here they go, pushing it hard. It's with the Rufus Helm for Queggs, peeling around, and they've gone over, and it is Rufus Helm with the first try for Queggs in this semi-final, and they take the lead for the first time in this game.
That's it. They've been this momentum has been building. They've had the opportunities, the phases. Ipswich want to probably looking after the ball a bit more now, keep hold of the ball, but you know, fantastic by Queggs. Great execution as well in the opposition 22.
Well, Rufus Helm pushing hard, but he had a great machine in front of him, getting the momentum, and Queggs get in front.
Yeah, like I say, like it's a really tough thing to start. Once it gets going, it's you either got to stop, you either sack it straight away, or you smash into it and hope everyone follows suit. But once you get going, it's almost it's very ominous. It's an ominous thing to stop, and a fantastic finish there.
It's a challenge as well at this age group as well, because if they're not lifting, the ball's in hand a bit quicker, so they can move it sooner.
Yeah, exactly. The incontestable obviously will probably play into the attacking side more often than not. So when in defence, although you have to allow them to get it, you can take an extra step to maybe meet them rather than absorbing the weight when they come. But as you can see there, lovely rolling ball and a great finish.
The Queggs machine ticking over nicely as we come to the end of the first quarter. Todaro sends it long this time, and it all came from that initial restart that didn't go, and it went straight off the pitch, didn't it?
Exactly, and that's how important these areas of the game are, and I'm sure they'll be looking to try and recreate or try and get back up into that position again.
Charging forward, Will Evans, not the biggest player on the park, but he certainly packs a punch, doesn't he? Like a bullet.
Exactly, he's very aggressive. Looks like he's enjoying the contact area, which is a great thing to see from your winger as well.
Kick over, coming back to Todaro, who's lateral running, got a bit of space down the 15-metre channel. Kin, ball in the right hand, storming down. He's got several black shirts in front of him. Bit of a high wrap around the neck. I think the referee has spotted it. We're going to go back for the line out. It was a high shot.
Yeah, that's it. Wow, once you've made that break on the outside, you can see 5 black shirts chasing after it. It's a sort of head down and hope situation, but as you can see, the black player grabbed him round the neck, and rightfully so, a penalty awarded.
Well, that was the try scorer Rufus Helm that came flying in.
Be interesting to see what route they take now.
Surely it's the same moneymaker move that got the first try for Ipswich.
Looks like they have an extra person on this blind side now. They might be trying to match that up.
Well spotted from Queggs.
Straight down the middle.
Still got the momentum. Maybe just a couple more black shirts in there and it's gone to ground. Ipswich.
I don't think he needs to move, but refs called him to roll.
Still in possession, Wilkinson buries his head down, bit isolated, and I think perhaps that Rust has just got in there. That is some great counter-rucking from Queggs.
Yeah, really good reactions. Noticed no one was over the ball and it's gone straight for it.
Bailey doing his number 8 job and just punching up. And Queggs get the penalty.
Great reward, fantastic. That's something that really galvanised a team, being able to clear their area, being under that pressure, considering what happened last time when they were in there. Great kick as well.
A lovely nudge that is. Just a slight spiral on that. Well, this was the turn over the break, and Jack Bailey, the number 8, trucking it up. Getting those metres when you're so close to your own line makes a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that go forward is pivotal.
Unlucky from Ruston Khan. Couldn't quite keep the paws on it.
Let's see if they've got a... Let's see how clean ball they can get now and see if they can let the backs free.
It's been a really tight game, hasn't it, so far? Both teams quite evenly matched. You can see why they've ended up here in the semi-finals.
Yeah, to be fair, it's both sides, great defence, and also some you can see some of the individual brilliance in the attack as well. So it's really, really interesting. It's very it's interesting to see the line-out options, and they're already showing their variety. So it's great. It's great to see.
Huber with the feed, and it's twisted. Ipswich get another shot at this.
Yeah, it seems the tight head on the Craigs are standing up a bit. They're a bit high. Ipswich taking that initial hit and putting them under pressure, but allowing Craigs to just come back at them. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on now, if the ref might go further with his sanctions. Another good hit, but coming back at them again.
Opt to come blind through Mackenzie and decides to cut back inside. Great tackle coming in.
I'd say
Tadero with the bully Bosch. Bailey getting him down. I think he's still going though. Wow, look at that. What a run. 20 metres made.
The 10 can do it all.
To Kin. Gets it out to Cripps, and Cripps.
Good mate.
Big tackle from Leighton. Bit flat from Ipswich. They've got numbers over. They need to put it through the hands. Oh. Well, how important was Will Evans there? And he's chasing after the free ball. Ipswich back on this one with Woodhouse.
Not sure what you saw there.
Well, lost forward from Queggs, and it's going to be Ipswich that get the scrum. Well, they had so many numbers over Ipswich, but the flying up defence from Will Evans just stopped them in their tracks.
Yeah, they found themselves a bit flat there, and if they had an extra step, an extra metre, they might have had the opportunity to execute that on the head. I think they had 4 over on the far side there, so really, really unlucky. But great pressure as well from Craigs to force the error. So yeah, really good defence, but also massive attacking opportunities as well. Oof.
The pass not quite going to hand from Hubert, but they have space over. Fell Clark gives it to Griffith on the left wing. Change of direction. Oof.
Great speed.
Well timed tackle. Xander Leighton has had a couple of them in this game. Tadero now looking to go out wide. Sonny Bill, lovely lofted offload. Loop and a switch, and still going through Ransley, the captain. Just about get the ball back on their side, and Ipswich go. Tadero.
Great hands there to hold on to the ball there.
Leighton again with that flying hit. What line speed. They've sucked in this Queggs defence though, and they've got a bit of space. Kin on the outside to Griffith. Ooh, good footwork just to slip inside. It's gone backwards, and it's still with Ipswich.
Can't quite see why he's given that, but...
And penalty, I think, on the floor perhaps from Queggs.
Yeah, well, you can see once Ipswich get the ball out to the wide channels, they're really creating opportunities. You could argue they're a bit lateral in the middle, not really getting that forward. The forward pack on Craigs are really putting them under pressure, putting in some thumping hits, but credit to Ipswich, they're getting the ball out wide and they're really making inroads.
Back into the 22 for Ipswich, and maybe need a bit of magic and trick play at this line out to find some space. Interesting, they've got a few forwards packed around Eduardo Tadero. Now comes the set around the fringes, Chapman.
Whoa.
They have some space though.
Oh,
Kin.
Mate.
Oh, couldn't quite get it off his tiptoes. It's gone forward and the ball has been lost. That was some of the best set play move really from Ipswich you've seen so far in this game.
Yeah, it's unlucky, you know, they were put under lots of pressure again. Everyone was lined up, but they squeezed the ball out, and it just got tighter and tighter until the last man just couldn't hang on to it. But you know, really good handling, but really good defence once again by Queggs.
Well, this scrum has been a challenging point in the game. Oof.
That's always nice on the hooker's head, straight down, tasting some grass.
They seem to be struggling to get set, don't they?
Yeah, I think the height has been a bit of a challenge. It seems Craigs are a bit higher than Ipswich. It'll be interesting to see how the ref calls that, because sometimes they want you to match the height, which would probably play into Craigs' favour.
You think perhaps if it continues there may be some penalties coming from the set piece. Finally they're getting away. Crashing up. Evans coming in at number 1. This time Rust burying his way through. Out wide through Hunter. Chip down the middle, it's going to go just over the shoulder of Tadero. Oh, we're coming back.
Is that for offside?
Well, they got the penalty.
Quite sure that was what it was given for, but I'm sure the ref has his reasons, so
couldn't work that out. I mean, it didn't look like there was any late hits or offside, couldn't quite see, but anyway, it's Craigs marching their way up the field once again. They still lead this game from that one try from Rufus Helm. 8 points to 5 here in the under 15 semi-final, trying to get a place in the cup final at Twickenham in 2 weeks' time. It's coming quick, isn't it?
Yep. 9 wasn't ready there, but off they go.
Carry from Helm. Some units down there on the pitch really putting in the hits, and Leighton this time an attacker.
Great clearing out as well. Clearing past the ball, really
big
good.
Runner from Bailey. Plenty of one-up runners. Lots of options. Now into the 15.
Seatback tackle, yeah. Penalty awarded. Advantage, here we go.
Mackenzie was just slipping down as Wilkinson came in for the tackle. We're still playing on the advantage. Ipswich being told to take a half a yard backwards. Bailey into the pocket with Barker.
Yeah, the forward seemed to have run out of steam there. There was not that much organisation, but still playing with that advantage, so allowing them better territory, getting them forcing them up there again into Ipswich's territory.
Well, there was nothing coming, and Barker had barely any option, so they kicked forward just to try and get that penalty. Now sends it into touch, makes probably 15 metres. Tight angle.
Yeah, it seems Craigs are just being able to look after that ball just that little bit more. They're less handling errors, and that's why they're getting rewarded in these positions in the pitch. So I think if Ipswich are able to hold on to the ball a bit better and look after the breakdown, I think they'll look to really execute and get some more points on the board.
Craigs have got a lot of one-up runners. Perhaps you think Ipswich should maybe just try and contest the ball on the floor a bit more, because occasionally in that first second and a half, 2 seconds, they're a bit isolated.
Yeah, exactly, and that's I'm sure something they'll talk about as well, but here we go.
Well, Helm with a huge run gets stopped in his tracks. This time Bailey been busy in this opening half.
Great turnover.
There, we said it, didn't we? They're playing the advantage. Here they go. Through the hands, it's Kin. Oh, into one hand, scorching, and the rapid Will Evans chasing him back.
Backed himself, took up all the space. A lot of times he's opted for the stepping into that space and giving the 2-on-1, but this time he backed himself to go around the outside and sadly played the advantage as well. So Craig's ball.
He thought he just got the arc, didn't he? But Will Evans is very quick.
Yeah, and he loves it. He loves that physical side as well, so I'm sure he relished getting his hands on the opposition.
Helm, oh, made good meters there, just skipping through. Ipswich doing well to hold on to him.
With the short.
Bomber with the tackle, they're still going. NG.
Good recognisal by the prop there to play ball.
Story in the blue scrum hat, offload off the base, lovely bit of hands. Change of direction, good spot from Barker, the captain. on the arc himself. One-handed offload away. Leighton maybe should have given it to Evans, but it's still with Queggs here. Ipswich trying to contest this one. It's slow. All the forwards getting in, powering in with the carry. Queggs through Story.
Went for the big lunge there.
This time are they over? Oh, just out up, it's spilled. Back with Queggs. Loose ball again. Ipswich, I think, have got it. It's a penalty though.
Yeah, lucky there. I think there was a lot of solo runners going for the glory, trying to pick and go, but I think if they stayed a bit more patient the way they were going, they probably went over the line, but still a penalty, a good reward from considering where they were in the pitch.
Well, a chance for both teams just to take a breather, because that was frantic really, wasn't it?
It was, and it all started from the 7 breaking up the middle, and then they just stayed on top, carried on building that pressure, and then ends up being a reward is the 5 metre scrum.
Well, we are on the cusp of half time. Queggs still lead 8 points to 5 in this Cup semi-final here at Sixways. A great chance for them to extend their lead.
Tighthead standing up again. Just needs to try and keep that pressure down, but I think that starts from the hit. Ipswich are getting across the gap very well, putting the Tighthead under pressure, and that's making him stand up, so just need to try and, I don't know whether that starts from the hooker, starting the height lower.
Well, Queggs have got Hayward and Mayer on in the front row.
Much better.
Good set, here comes Bailey. Oh, good tackle, they're driving over, is he going to get there? Try scored. Queggs erupt on the cusp of half time, and that is a big score.
Yeah, very important timing. Great fight to get that over the line. I thought he was held up. I thought it was clear as day held up, and great fight to get the ball down. And that'll hurt Ipswich quite a lot, but hopefully they can take it back into the second half. But very important score.
Well, Jack Bailey off the base of the scrum. He had so much work to do. 3 players fronting up, and it was a bit of support from Xander Leighton just to carry him over.
Yeah, great work by Xander there, driving him over the line. Just that extra nudge to get you over, allow him to free his hands up and dot the ball down.
Conversion successful, this time from Lance Barker, and Queggs have extended their lead to 15 points to 5 right on half time. And this look how much work he had to do there. Do we think perhaps it was not Jack Bailey that got the score?
Yeah, I didn't quite see that, but no, it's great work, and I'm sure they'll have a few words now, Ipswich, just not allowing them to get on top now, not let the scoreline don't get ahead of themselves, and then, because I think when they get into them areas they have opportunities, and if they execute they will be back into the fight.
Well, tail of the half, Queggs starting to out-muscle Ipswich in some passages of play. Let's take a look at the highlights from this first half. 3 tries all in. The first, probably the favourite. Love a trick play at the line-out. Wrapping round, Harrison Kay sliding over in Coffin corner.
That's it, ball in one hand, not even thinking about the pass. But great finish.
Diving over, it was a great bit of play, wasn't it?
Yeah, great.
The penalty, this from Lance Barker, just to close that gap. Queggs' first try from the driving maul off the line out. Coming through, Rufus Helm.
Flopping under. My favourite kind of try.
Well, this is the big one. It was off the base, Jack Bailey. I think in the end it was Xander Leighton that just got the score.
That's great work by the 5, ripping it at the very last second, and that explains why the defenders were a bit confused where the ball was in the end. That's a great finish, really good.
I think Jack Bailey just got turtled on his back a little bit, didn't he, and Xander Leighton, that drive to get him over the line, certainly helping. Well, half-time score, Queen Elizabeth, Wakefield 15, Ipswich score 5, a place at Twickenham for the winner of this game. 30 minutes to decide who will make their way there. We'll be back with the second half in just a few moments. Second half pending here. Quakes leading 15 points to 5 in this first under-15 cup semi-final. Says that Vase on a little tag along the bottom of the screen there, but it is the cup semi-final. The winner of which will play Radley College or Wellington, which is up after this in around about 52 minutes time, if we're on cue. Ipswich with a nice restart and putting some pressure on from the kick.
Yeah, winger getting stuck into one of the tackles back there. See how we go. Quick pick.
Well, this time Story spinning, going backwards and round Spaghetti Junction just to get forward. Leighton, try scorer at the end of that first half, just to edge Queggs up the scoreboard. Barker.
Close, good pressure.
Good kick into some space, and how good is the kick chase? Todaro arcing round Evans, who has the speed, and a great tackle to chop him down. This time Ransley, the captain, felled by Bailey. Todaro going on his own, sees some space, lovely swerving running, maybe should have given it a tad earlier. Ransley down the left wing, maybe could have put it into the hands of Philpott. Ali Mehta.
Oh. He did have his hands on the ball there. But great work by the 10 again, recognising the blind side. Great feet as well. He's doing really well today.
It was better play, isn't it, from Ipswich? Their fly half, Eduardo Tadero, certainly the linchpin in their team. Bit of a maverick and doing well to put them on the front foot.
Yeah, both sides of the ball, he's been really impressive. Very, very impressive match. Always odd to see a 10 in a scrum cap, but no, he's showing what he's about today.
Hubert. It's so difficult, but they've gone forward and they've got the ball away to Woodhouse, out the back to Tadero, and he skips and swerves and had so much space, didn't he? They just sat off him and he's found his way to the 22. How many times in this game has he made 20 or 25 metres? Ransley, the captain.
The scrag tackle there. Big 8, thumping up.
Seville with the carry, love that. Oh, he's spilled that, hasn't he?
Oh, it's unlucky. I think it hit a leg on the way down. Getting his boot back on.
Around the fringes, Bailey. Good offload into the hands of Rust, and Khan this time. Couldn't quite pick his direction, could he?
Always to go forward.
Needed to pin his ears back a bit, just like Hunter. Bit of initiative from Quakes to play it from deep, not just trying to kick it away.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see now. Ipswich seem to be defending really well. Well done. Great turnover, 2 people in there to disrupt.
Kay, the try scorer for Ipswich, gets the ball. Tadero, show and go, goes on his own. Was looking for the offload, needs some support.
Great speed at the breakdown now. See if the 9 can get the ball away.
Oh, the scrum half. Hubert with the show and go. Wrapped up by Evans again, and this time Fell Clark gets the offload.
Yeah, got the shot from behind there. Didn't know what was happening, but really good. Good patience.
Ali Mehta with the carry. Ipswich running through the phases. Seville.
Great clear.
Tadero with the dink over the top, maybe into space. Can Kin get there? Oh, has he got that over?
Oh, great finish.
Unbelievable finish. Absolute electric stuff from Ipswich. Tadaro with the crossfield kick into the backfield.
Yeah.
Kin chasing after it, and what a touchdown.
Yeah, great recognition by the 10. You know, they were getting on top. The speed at the breakdown was really speeding up, really well played. The 9 playing off the base as well, adding that extra option, and then there was no one left in the backfield and took the opportunity, and it's a great finish by the, I think it was the 13 as well.
Well, I thought initially that Chester Lomas for Queggs had got it in his hands, but Kin, who put his arm up to Tadero, chased after it and did so well to collect that ball.
Yeah, great work, and like I say, that speed of breakdown, you could see it coming. You know, it was ominous for the Queggs defence, but it was really good work from Ipswich, and if they can keep that handling up, keep looking after this ball, I think they can record some more points in this match.
Tadero with the conversion attempt. Nailed it.
Great kick. And that, again, another psychological boost for the team. They can really go after them now.
Queggs 15, Ipswich 12. What a finish that is.
Almost thought he was going to roll out with the ball there, but no, very good. Great chasing down by the 13.
I mean, great shot. Oliver Kin's going to have that playing on his TV at home all day, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Have it up in the shrine. Doesn't everyone have a home shrine?
I mean, I don't, but maybe you do.
I don't. It would be a very small shrine.
Well, Ipswich clearing. Oof. What a monster boot that is. Straight down the throat of Queggs and pinned back into space. Tadero doing well to clean it up, and he loves this broken field break and the show and go lofted pass. Radley, who always seems to be there with the support. He's had a great game, the captain for Ipswich.
Yeah, very good ball carrier for the team. That speed of breakdown really speeding up again. That's great to see.
Keane, the try scorer, trucks it. They had 3 over, maybe could have just given it a tad earlier, but here comes Cripps. Makes a couple of metres. One of those breaks that just makes you breathe in that air. Just the gasp from the crowd you could hear. Penalty, Ipswich though.
Offside, and it looks like he was playing the 9 as well. But that's that speed of clear that I keep talking about. The ball carriers are starting to get over the gain line, and makes it a lot easier for the clearers to just go past the ball and the 9 to have easy, presentable ball. And that creates those opportunities out wide. I think the 13, rather than opting for the offload, he could have passed it a bit earlier. But no, it's great. It's great attacking rugby.
Well, Ipswich have found their feet a bit in this second half, haven't they? Just their control at the breakdown certainly helping them go forward.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm sure it's something they'll look to continue doing for the rest of the match.
Chapman just having to go and fish the ball out of the stands here at Sixways. Radley off the top, good line out ball, nice lifting as well.
Straight on the ball there. Oh, good clear out there.
Out the back, Tadaro goes on his own again, cuts back inside, has some space, maybe can see the post now, still going. He's a live wire, isn't he?
He has. He's broken so many tackles today, beyond count. Here he comes, big 16, great carry.
Jesse Muneza
might need to look after that ball.
Still going in an arm wrestle, bit of a scrap, and he comes away with it. Hubert,
great leg drive.
Seville just pumping those thighs, keeping going, and Tadero never going to pass it, was he? Back with Queggs and Ownsley at the back.
It's a shame. I think if he gave that pass, they could have been on for something there. But when you break that many tackles, it's pretty easy to understand why you can't roll the ball.
Tadaro. Crossfield kick again. Maybe Cripps can get after this one. The bounce to Lomas, who manages to collect this one and spinning around on the deck. Queggs managed to get back and have the support now. Charging up Bailey.
Oof. Not rolling away in the tackle. Again, the 8 making good positive gains over the gain line, getting the tackle on the wrong side, and you just got to show that work, show the ref that you're trying to get out of that area.
Oh, didn't quite connect with that, did he? Lance Barker, the captain, pinged off the boot. They've only made 10 metres or so, really.
It's better than a slap in the face, I can tell you that. They've got the ball, and hopefully they can look to either exit or play out.
Well, Jacob Story with the blue scrum hat on for Queggs. Always like it when a player has a bright scrum hat, easy to pick out of a crowd.
That's it. Forwards wearing flash boots, so I can't take that.
A couple of them have got them on today, though, haven't they?
Big occasion.
Harris NG gets it away. Evans off his right wing. Big Bosch. And again, smashing past Kiernan, gets the offload away into the hands of Ownsley, who cuts back inside. 3 players to bring him down.
Flying in the 10 to clear out.
NG trying to go forward, needs to
his knee down, there you go.
Grind a bit here, and it's penalty to Queggs.
Whoa.
For a second I didn't think Queggs were going to come away with that then.
well, obviously the ref must have told him to release the player because he put his knee down. So the tackle was complete, and obviously refused to listen, and penalty is the consequence.
Story on the set. What a drive that is from Ipswich, sending them backwards. Huge, peeling off though Chia Khan. NG,
The outside man steps back in.
Helm, I think he might have almost lost that then. Very close, did well to keep his paws on it.
Oh,
Lovely shuffle step, and here comes Hunter. Both teams with this choke tackle now in this second half. Interesting, we didn't see it in the first half, did we?
no, and I think that's because the ball carriers a lot of them are holding it in one hand. They're looking for the contact and the offload, which is great to draw in the defender, but I think if they can just get the ball away just a bit before, they'll create more opportunities out wide. But you know, it's great defence as well to keep it locked in. It's hard work, but you get the great rewards from it.
Well, scrum to Ipswich. Theo Hubert with the ball in hand.
I think you can see the scrums improve quite a lot. I think the height, they're managing to keep it down. Great.
Ipswich, wow.
Great drive there.
Looked good, didn't it? That's what you want in a front row, to be going forward like that.
Yeah, really good.
Kin, will he pass now? Gives the ball to Philpott.
Keep going.
Still charging forward. Tackles coming in from all angles, and finally goes to ground. Tadaro. NG flying up. Classic scrum half technique. Ransley still going. Ransley into some space. Here comes the captain, George Ransley. Off his left, might go all the way.
Oh.
What a run that is from the captain. Unbelievable try for Ipswich here, and they will get back in front in this semi-final.
Wow, it just seemed to open up for him there, didn't he? Second straightening up. I thought he was on outside. He opted to keep hold of the ball, and it just seemed to open up for him. And a great finish, great clean pair of heels to show there. Gas in the 15. That's something you're going to remember when you're forward.
Well, he's had a very all-action game, hasn't he? He's been everywhere on the support lines, and the way he just turned, changed his angle and managed to break away at the very end was something special, parting the waves in front of him. A real captain score.
Yeah, exactly, and clearly a talisman for the team. Just so important for the match, and now the rest of it will play out. But also, yeah, like you say, the unseen work that he does as well. He's had some great clears, supporting his teammates, and be interesting to see how Queds react now.
Well, we're into the final quarter of this game, and it is a very important kick just to keep that scoreboard edging over. Tadaro nails that one.
Some of the players cheering up the crowd now.
Well, this is the break once again. Ransley, rangy player, isn't he? Very mobile back row. He dotted it down twice as well, just for good measure.
Just make sure. I wasn't sure about the first one. Didn't hear the whistle.
Well, Quegs have got to be careful that they aren't a bit shell-shocked here when there's a long-range effort like that.
Two looked a bit offside.
Wow, what a take. Hunter. One of the best restarts we've seen all weekend.
Here it comes.
Lister.
It's a great reaction by Quegs.
Khan on the charge.
Oh, it's gone.
NG, half a break, offload, almost to Kelly. Still with Queggs. Well, it's been knocked on, and we're going to come back for the scrum. Queggs here, trailing 15 points to 19 against Ipswich in this RFU National Cup semi-final here at Sixways.
I thought it was on there. I thought it was broken. One of the Ipswich defenders just managed to scrag hold of him whilst he was looking for the offload, and luckily got the knock on. But just goes to show they're going to be fighting for the whole game. So really good to see. Just need to get that tight head lower. Just seems to be very upright.
They seem to be struggling with the positions, don't they? They're quite tall, aren't they? And don't seem to be able to hinge particularly well.
Yeah, that's the problem when you're quite substantially higher than everybody else. Could maybe look to create a bit more of it. Oh.
Well, how's this going? A break around the fringes, maybe all the way from deep. That is a great break. Just about in field as well, and here comes the cavalry to support.
Yeah, great wheels to get him out of trouble there.
The bravery, courageous, wasn't it really?
Yeah, I don't think he had much of an option, to be honest. But Queggs win the knock-on, win the scrum, apologies.
It's always a challenge with these shallow in-goal areas. You have to really get the ball away quickly if you're trying to clear your lines.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what happened there, but I think there might have been a little fumble or a bit of hesitation, and like you say, with the defence only 5 metres back and these shallow deep ball areas, they're going to put the pressure on straight away and just have to make that option really early of what you're going to do.
Queggs, NG, being marshalled by Hubert. Evans charging. Queggs needs some numbers behind the ball. NG just slowing this one down into the hands of Leighton, who already scored one try today. Xander Leighton.
Through the side there, I'd said.
Bradley Bomber penalised. Evans taking it. Here comes Helm, trying to break down the door.
Let's see if they can execute.
Story being lifted up in the choke tackle, finally goes to ground. Queggs trying to get this ball back, charging over, and Lister has locked over the line underneath the posts, and Queggs get back in front.
Great pick, great speed. Saw the ball at his feet and he's just gone straight for it. Look at them. Lapping it up, giving that loud crowd crowd underneath us something to cheer about. But frustrating for Ipswich, just that clearance going awry, not quite putting pressure back on themselves with a knock on, and ends up being a try. But a big swing in momentum, but it'll be interesting to see how Ipswich now react.
Ipswich managed to almost hold up that first effort, but there's the difficulty of going round by the post as well. It just creates little tiny gaps, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, when you have a big tight head prop coming at you and you're one-on-one, you probably need 2 or 3 in that tackle area just to put them back. But it's a great finish.
Tadaro from the restart. Evans spinning and offloading to Mackenzie.
Really impressed with the amount of offloads today. Great skills to do it in contact.
Bailey. NG looking for some support. Now they move it through the hands off the left boot of Hunter. And guess who's under that? Tadaro, like he always is. Doesn't fancy the kick and breaks through. Gone past 3. Silky smooth.
Not many players can get away with steps like that, but he seems to have done it all day.
His own team must struggle to work out where he's going sometimes.
absolute nightmare for me, but you know, great to watch.
Muniesa with a huge run, edging towards that halfway line, and Ipswich get it back, taken quickly. Hubert, well, he wasn't at the mark. The referee calling him back.
Yeah, just being a bit overzealous at the breakdown. They forced them back and then they put the hands in it. If they were just a bit more patient, left the ball alone, I think they could have got the turnover, but hands in the ruck, clear penalty. I think it's going to be nip and tuck this final couple of minutes.
Well, there's nothing in it, is there? Quaig's leading 22 points to 19. Nothing to choose really between them at the moment. It's been a really edgy game. Both teams so well matched as well.
Yeah, really, really impressive. Great attack, great defence. It'll be whoever wins will be the deserved winner either way, and the loser, a tough loss.
Driving more coming in. This is good. Nice momentum from Ipswich. Craigs have done well to stop that movement, and here they come. Tadaro, show and go, cutting back inside. Hop, step and a jump, and he's into the 22. Needs some support.
Oh, it's a good turnover.
Well, Ipswich just coughing up possession, and Quaig's putting the pressure on at the breakdown to get the penalty.
Yeah, like you said, hard to read, stepping inside all the time, breaking defenders, just creating that gap from the support, and sadly just too slow and allowing Quaigs to get over the ball and get the turnover.
Well, on the scrum then, inside there, 22. Interesting they've chosen to go for the scrum.
Yeah, maybe the wind's playing a bit. Seems to have picked up a bit. Might have played a part in the option.
NG to Evans with the Bosch. That's two. He sat down the winger, just spilled, and I think Ipswich will get this one back.
It's unlucky. He's obviously very abrasive. He leads with the ball as well when he gets them sit downs, but obviously that gives opportunities for the defence to get their arms in, and they've just pried the ball away from his arms away from the ball and loosened it up, which now creates a great attacking opportunity. Getting very tense now in the last couple of minutes.
Well, if you're Ipswich here and you're only 3 points down, they don't want to get a draw really. They are on paper the away side in this game. It's would be even on the score, so that wouldn't help them, as we saw yesterday in one of the under 15 Vase fixtures as well, where it was level after full time but equal on tries, and the away team going through. So I think they will want to try and come away with a try.
Yeah, it's unlucky. If they kept that scrum down, they'll probably had a turnover there, but Tighthead standing up again. But what an unfair way to lose it. The rules are rules, laws are laws.
Got to take it on the chin, haven't you? You gave it everything. You couldn't get any more out of the game, and we've got 2 more after this one, so we need to get cracking with our programme.
Yeah, well, it's a shame. Obviously, the draw inside, going home as losers, it's got to be a very bitter pill to swallow, but hopefully we don't have that today.
Get away. Tadaro again. You know what? They have so much space. If he just gave it first time, he would have even more space when it gets to the second or third phase.
And that's it. It's just that recognition. Oh, he's gone
on the charge over the top and taken by Lomas. He didn't call the mark, so it's still live. Ownsley trying to break through now. Maybe a chance to steal this for Ipswich.
Just knocked on in the tackle there by Ipswich.
NG with the box, and it's just going to stay in field. Tadaro steps. The effortless way he just dots off one foot and onto the other.
They're going to put a lot of pressure on this breakdown now. They need to get closer. Good speed.
Huber to Mackenzie, through the hands, and Woodhouse
Draw.
charging forward. Bomber
Get the knee down. Oh,
bundled into touch. Quegg's defence holding strong at the moment.
yeah, really good work. Just in that situation, you just got to try and straighten that line and get your head down. Don't try and get that leg drive in, because that's when they can use that leg drive to put you into touch. It's unlucky.
It's 3 players barging Bomber into touch. Just needed to be a bit lower, didn't he? Maybe Ipswich forcing it a touch.
Great scramble D again. Interesting to see they've opted to go on the floor, and Ipswich always going aerial.
Well, Quegg's marching this on. Still moving forward this time. Leighton gets to ground and well tackled by Chapman. Ipswich pinning them back in their half for the moment. Evans with a carry and a bosh again. Carries with a lot of force. Gets over the gain line. NG. Hunter.
Yeah, could probably look at starting winding down the clock. Good game management. Get these tight breakdowns for the last couple of minutes.
You get a sense there's a lot of tired bodies from Quegs now. Yeah. They've had to ride a lot of defences work in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is where it gets really tough.
Helm, I don't think he wanted it, but he got it, and Hunter has it now, cutting inside. Well wrapped up by Chapman.
Still making great yards.
Just look at the back line, very flat and passive, but they're managing to get it through the hands. It's been such a chaotic physical game. Lomas carrying in down the left wing.
Was that a rip there?
Almost. Couldn't quite get the ball back to present, and it's still with Quegs. NG to Khan.
Still just ticking over, still rolling forward.
Bailey through the hands to Rust.
Real good timing on that tip there as well.
NG just cuts back inside. Barker.
Oh,
great offload to Mackenzie.
Now in the 22. Oh, great turnover.
Great from Quegs to work their way down the pitch, pretty much the full 100 metres.
You just see hands on heads, seemed to run out of steam there, didn't they?
It's been a really tough game, hasn't it? The intensity and the emotion around this fixture and what it means for the players, the coaches, the families as well, and just taking a lot out of them at this late stage.
I see, it's a really long day. Although it being an early kick-off, you know, all that emotional energy can be used up, and obviously it towers in the final couple of minutes, being able to keep your head. But that fitness as well, so pivotal in the game. And hopefully, and generally, the fittest team comes out on top, so it'll be interesting to see what route they take now. Whether they go for the maul, but there's definitely a lot of tired bodies out there.
Well, our clock is on the red. We're just hearing that there is 30 seconds pitch side. We're going to wait, and I believe that is Lance Barker on the pitch, just getting back to his feet.
Yeah, well, if the players knew that was the time left, it would be interesting to see what option they would have taken then, whether the pick and go or a bit more secure ball. But they made so many good yards, stringing lots of passes together, offloads, really forcing their way up the pitch. But sadly, just one player isolated in it. Ends up being one last shot.
Well, the kick makes 15 metres.
Massive defensive set now coming up.
Anything could happen. This is not a done deal just yet. Less than 30 on the clock. Quegs leading 22 points to 19.
Geeing themselves up.
You hear that travelling support echoing through Sixways here, and they've gone for a short line out. They've got numbers in the backs.
Offside. Definitely offside there, but interesting the ref hasn't picked his arm up.
High wrap from Charlie Rust on Muneza. Penalty.
I think they're offside from the line out as well. They held the ball in deliberately. Six was, I believe, was creeping, but the ref didn't want to put his arm up.
Todaro with a much better touch finder, and they're just going to keep nudging their way downfield.
Yeah, even like you say earlier, the kick to the post is even an option now if they can get up there.
It would be a cruel way to end it, wouldn't it? Take the penalty, but if that's how you get to Twickenham, you've got to do the business. Chapman looking for his arrows to Radley, who had that wonderful score, maybe a touch offside. Todaro gets the offload away.
Oh,
high shot from Lister.
It's another entry into the 22, it's going to look like.
Penalty once again, and this is it. They just keep getting those extra 15-20 metres. If they can get a line out into the 22 here, it would be huge for Ipswich. Nail-biting finish.
He's missed it. He's missed it.
Well, he's missed the conversion, the corner, and it's kicked into touch by Queggs, and that is full time. Well, they were living on borrowed time. Queggs have held out, and Queggs will head to Twickenham in 2 weekends' time. Heartbreak for Ipswich, they played so well, but a great finish.
Yeah, cruel for it to be on Todaro. Played so well all game, and it just seemed he rushed that kick, probably trying to look for too much, trying to get down into their area rather than securing the ball, making sure it goes out just on the 22. But you know, a really cool way, but great match to watch, and well done to Queggs. Fully deserved winners.
Well, what a finish. Full-time score from this first under-15 semi-final. Queen Elizabeth Grammar, Wakefield 22, Ipswich 19. This in the second half, a great finish from Oliver Kin, the crossfield from Eduardo Todaro, who had a wonderful game today. Couldn't quite do enough to edge his team towards the win, but on a sixpence. Beautiful finish.
Yeah, some brilliant performances today, you know, very, you know, on both sides. Really unlucky for Ipswich. I thought the captain for Queggs was very good, you know, Barker at 10, very impressive. I thought Lister, how important was that try at the end there? You know, some great performances, the 7 as well, Rufus Helm, you know, great work from throughout the whole team. You know, it was really, really impressive, really good rugby to watch.
Well, this was the long-range effort from Ipswich captain George Radley, 56 metres out, inside his own half when he got this ball. The back row scorching to the line and leaving Queggs in his wake.
Yeah, you can hear the celebrations beneath us now, really lapping it up. But yeah, you know, how important are these moments in games? Being able to execute in the 5, touchdown, not American football, but being able to touch the ball down.
Lister, well, he did well, and it was a sustained period of pressure, wasn't it? Just using that forward muscle to smash his way over, and Queggs are ecstatic. Well, our next game we'll see Radley College taking on Wellington in what will be a fantastic semi-final, the winner of which we'll see Queggs at Twickenham in 2 weekends' time, and we'll be back with that game in around about 15 minutes. welcome back for this second Under-15s Cup semi-final here live from Sixways Stadium in Worcester. It is Radley College taking on Wellington College, and it's going to be an absolute nail-biter. Queen Elizabeth Wakefield have just won that first semi-final, and Sam, it was a belter of a game, wasn't it?
Yeah, great competition, great game to watch, and honestly, well-deserved finalists in Quegs, and be very interested who comes out on top here to face them at Twickenham.
Well, two distinctive strips, the all-black of Wellington playing from right to left in this first half, the red and white hoops of Radley from left to right, and it is Radley that will get things underway. Their fly half for this one, Harry Leatham. That is their scrum half, Hugo Donald at fly half.
Lots of noise from the fans beneath.
Electric, isn't it? Just look at that silence now.
And they're off.
Straight down the throat of Tom Pitts, and Pitts crashing forward. Good energy from the kickoff from Wellington. Now they come, spilled ball in their 22, the pop pass from Smythe. And here comes Langford around the outside, back inside. Well,
great speed, too many I would say in that breakdown there, but that's just...
Skinner out the back to Pitts again.
Oh, lovely.
Back through the middle, Oscar Thomas.
Like you say, great energy to start the match. Oh, great picking there by the 9.
Just doing enough, Skinner, to peel round the fringes. They need some support. The 9 has taken the ball in. Smythe on his own, good tackle, good line speed from Radley.
Yeah, seems they've lost a bit of that momentum now. Oh, but then winning it back again.
Bright makes 5 metres. Radley told to release him. Now comes Maslin, the captain. First chance for him to get his paws on this one.
Forwards working hard, back and forth.
Smythe to Bright again. The tips from Felice and around the fringes into the hands of Langford. He's got some wheels. Back inside, big hit
Still
from Cook.
Great fight in the contact still though. Big hit, but able to ride it, still take an extra yard.
Smythe to Maslin. Thomas, and loose ball, just tripping over their own feet really here. Managed to get into the 22 now, Wellington. McKnight.
Could have looked to give it there, the 9.
Skinner digging deep, and Maslin stepping in at scrum half. McKnight once again.
Great drive by the second row.
Strong start from Wellington, from one end of the pitch to the other. Sia Felice.
Oh, fantastic.
And Radley get the penalty.
Lots of pressure there, Wellington rolling, everyone ball playing, great to watch. Radley just clinging on there, being able to stay on their feet and putting pressure on that breakdown and winning that ball. Let's see what they've got.
Well, gentle clearance from Hugo Donald. Radley looking to play the line-out ball from their 22.
Be interesting to see which way they go. Seeing the 2 teams in the last game opting one aerial, one on the floor.
Just about straight. Radley walking this one forward. Well, the referee said play it.
That's great. Well, I think you could argue that was technically a truck and trailer. Very good tactics by Wellington there to leave the maul. Very important that you don't step away from the maul. I think Radley have got away with it there.
Now comes Donald having to take it on his own. Leatham gets it away. Worcester Can't find any space on the outside gap. Still on the blind side. Through the left wing they go, charging into Crumley. Great carry.
Ooh. Careful there, almost diving in from the side.
Wellington marching forward, Manson.
Great shot.
Elliott sent backwards, they're coming back for the penalty though.
Great attacking play from both sides already. Looks like it's going to be a very entertaining fixture. Both sides looking to go through the 10 as well. Very interesting. Relying on those forwards to get that go forward ball. Let's see if Wellington go with the same approach to nullify them all.
Well, it's been good energy from both sides early on.
Yeah, plenty given from the crowd as well. You can hear them chanting the letters of the school, making lots of noise, helping to G the lads up.
Well, I think we were just waiting for a new ball.
Just kicked it away and opted to kick it back. Pressure's on.
Great hands there. Lovely work, Oscar Thomas.
It's the big moment.
You don't want to miss that on camera, do you?
So if you can see, they're already set low in that maul position. The second row's got to keep hold of that ball now. So that now is technically truck and trailer. That's interesting.
They've done really well to come away with that and not get stopped or brought down and through the middle.
Great feed.
David Fisilau.
Fisilau, is it?
Charging through the middle once again. Down the left wing now with Ashford. Charles Ashford cutting inside. Making good metres for Radley here into the 22, and it's a carry from Betton this time.
Oh, great double shot there. Meeting the player.
Wellington so aggressive off the line. Radley working very hard to keep moving forward. And
great drive by Bolden there. Pumping the legs.
That was a long advantage, wasn't it?
It was a very long advantage, and surprise. It's an interesting one. Radley are clearly opting for the maul. They're making it really obvious they're going for the maul by what would be the lifters being set low, and Wellington are leaving the ball and hoping they transfer the ball. And if they transfer the ball, if Radley transfer the ball, and Wellington strike the back, if the players at the back's got it, that's technically truck and trailer. So it's interesting to see how the refs navigating that. But if Radley keep the ball at the front, if whoever catches it is still a hold of it, they have every right to carry on moving until they are met, and that starts them all. So it's a pretty good strategy. Wellington might have to, yeah.
Buyanov carrying now, moving forward for Radley off the line out. Coming out the back, and Leatham has to carry. The scrum half now isolated, and it's Patrick Hall going forward.
The fans singing underneath now.
Radley just getting held up some metre or so short. Maybe they can get over with this charge.
Good fight again.
Wellington aggressive in defence and just managing to keep the door closed for Radley at the moment.
Smashing them back into the breakdown.
The defensive line just full of black shirts, and the ball has been spilled, and here comes Felici. Penalty to Radley. Well, they're still going to go forward with this.
Looks like he was saying in the side there, I think. Well, I don't think the leaving them is an option now. They'll have to meet this head on.
A big carry.
Oh, it's
It's spilled, and Radley have done well to work themselves into the 22 and on the 5 metre line with this line out. Buyanov once again, standard play. Gone to ground, and they're going to have to play this.
Seems it was brought down by themselves, so it isn't no infringement.
Charging through once again. Big hit, just a speed bump to stop them.
Be careful about
into the 5. Fasil out wide into the corner. Fletcher, and Fletcher gets the opening score for Radley.
Very well done. Notice they were short on the blind and just picking off the defender.
Well, it was Charlie Weston that was the scorer in the end, and it was brave to go down the blind side, wasn't it? So many numbers around the ball.
You see the winger calling them out, asking for help.
Right on the line.
Just everyone heads in, focused on that ruck, especially around that breakdown. Just have to pick their heads up, recognise what's the threat in front of them. But very good execution from Radley there.
Just snuck the conversion over. That is a wonderful, wonderful strike from Hugo Donald.
Yeah, loud roar from the crowd. Quickly followed. Definitely confirming it went over the sticks.
A huge boot from the restart. Shot coming in from Finn Crumley. The box from Leatham. Straight down the barrel of Langford, and we know he's got some wheels.
Here he goes.
Still carving forward, trying to straighten this one up. Now gets the ball out to Pitts, and Pitts around the outside. Sonny Bill to Oscar Thomas, and just like that, end-to-end stuff.
Yeah, good call by the ref there. Tackler did not roll.
Penalty to Wellington.
Allowed them to turn the ball over, and rightly a penalty.
Well, it's been high tempo in these opening 11 minutes, and you can just see the energy from the crowd as well.
Yeah, it all started from that great kick-off, great pressure kick, allowing the 15 Langford to start running, really show that fresh pair of heels and get going. And now here we go, big driving maul, great build, great setup.
And they've gone over with Oscar Thomas. Wellington responding straight away from the driving maul.
Yeah, great try. Fantastic setup. You could see they're nice and tight, compact. Ball transferred at the back, and just an easy flop over the line.
Well, it's a hook and stream, isn't it? They had so much momentum and speed, and the pace easy in the end. Radley couldn't stop it.
Yeah, that's it. It was looked like a bit of a numbers game there. They seem to have more in the maul. Don't know whether Radley have decided to have one less, but once a maul starts moving like that, it's a pretty tough thing to stop. So, great score.
Langford off the tee for Wellington. Difficult kick. 10 metres in from this near touchline, 25 metres out to level the score. Just pulled it. So it is Radley leading 7 points to 5 here at Sixways in the second Cup semi-final.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't come back to haunt them. Kicks are massive. Even in the last game, that one penalty was the difference between the sides. A lot of substitutions there.
All very eager to get on the pitch, aren't they? Just
one so eager they almost chest bounced.
Well, as you often see in these age group games with the RFUs, rules on minutes played and getting everyone a half, you will often see players play for the first 15 and the last 15, and somebody else comes on for the middle half.
Yeah, with the rotation as well, them freely being able to do it on and off, it allows them to keep them fresh, and a good tactic.
Already having a big impact on the pitch. Here comes Maslin, the captain, on the outside, gets it to Langford, and Langford really impressive in these opening 15 minutes. Carry from Starmer Smith.
Real good line there.
They're carrying with a lot of pace, aren't they, Wellington?
Radley starting to creep a little bit defensively, but still deemed to... Oh, great offload.
Well, Maslin just checking himself. Didn't want to leave the ball isolated in the 5 metre channel. Now coming through is Corbett. Inside pop to Evans, and Evans on the pitch already making an impact.
Yeah, testing that inside. That hopefully will create opportunities outside.
Maslin.
Oh, great carry.
Pass just going behind slightly, but it's into the hands of Corbett. Straightening up like all good number 12s do.
Yeah, really starting to get on top now.
Through the middle, Bill Bright. Maslin.
Looks very flat. Let's put it that way.
Corbett moving it out wide. Pitts back inside to Evans, and Evans, what a hit coming in. That was a monster tackle.
Yeah, great chasing them down. It was on. Great offload inside, another. Could see the whitewash, eyes lighted up, but then met by a red and white shirt, smashing him into touch.
Well, I'm just trying to work out who that was that made the tackle. I think it might have been Rory Worcester, the fullback. Oh no, Albert Sykes for Radley College flying in the hooker. And now he gets to chuck it in off the line out.
Bit unclean ball there.
Well, panic stations for Radley, just on their own line, fighting away with it. That is Betton.
Oh, the 9. Sneaking in there with the turnover.
Eddie Skinner doing the business.
All start from that scrappy line out there. And now, under a lot of pressure, the maul that they built so well for the first try.
Well, that's maybe where the ability to lift as an under 15 perhaps gives you a bit more time when you're defending a line out on your own try line.
Yeah, it gives the 9 a bit more time as well. Being able to land and present, and then being able to give it. But it looks like another solid build.
Here is a set off the back, and it's with Oscar Thomas. Already got one try from the driving maul, and he's about to go over once again.
Yeah, that maul's looking very menacing. It's a great build again. Shoulder heading out towards the post and dotting down again. Thomas.
Well, he's got an absolute walk-in, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's great work by the forwards in front of him. You know, as much as it is Thomas's try, it does feel very much a team try, an 8, working as an 8. And the front pod, the lifting pod on this occasion, interesting to see they opt for the lift. Real tight. The lift is really tight, forcing them all to get forward, and then it's just the race over the line.
Well, going well so far. Wellington looking to extend their lead with this conversion from Inigo Langford.
Much better connection.
Oh, just off the post. Struck it much better though, didn't he? It was a lovely strike.
Yeah, definitely. But again, kicks, albeit 2 tries, just 3 points the difference. So definitely can still a lot of belief for Radley.
Yeah, there's still nothing in this game, is there? Radley leading 7 points to Wellington's 10 in the opening half here. A place at Twickenham at stake.
Yeah, a massive opportunity for the guys. They'll know what's on the line, and when it gets closer to it, when it gets down to it, that's when the heat will start coming on. But just a fantastic opportunity to play at a stadium like this is fantastic anyway.
Carving through the middle, Smythe has some space, puts boot to ball, it's charged down by his opposite man, Donald, and it's still into the hands. Natman down the right wing, can't slide past the tackler, and he's bundled into touch. Well, that was agonisingly close for Wellington, and maybe they thought for a second they might be in with a third try. Natman streaking down this right wing. It was a great cover tackle once again.
Yeah, Smythe just seemed too easy, just seemed to slip off the defenders. Just relaxing around the 10, expecting the ball to be passed, and he just goes, makes that massive break. And lucky they get that little touch on the charge down, but here comes the maul.
Wellington trying to put the pressure on. It's Patrick Hall with the carry, and he's still going. Storming at the back, the ball to the left wing, and here comes Donald.
Unlucky to go into touch, but 40 metres gained, something you have to be conscious of.
Well, despite the good intuition, Radley just couldn't quite hold on to it. Good cover tackle from Langford. It's like a judo throw into the corner, wasn't it?
Any which way to get him out, I suppose.
Smythe off the deck. Oh. What a ball that is. Great hands by Maslin as well.
Great pressure though.
Flying tackle from Albert Sykes, the Radley hooker, all over the park at the moment.
Yeah, we can do it all, I know. I get told the same.
Mavericks.
Whoa.
Spilled ball. 3 red and white shirts over it, and Radley have now got it.
Six got to work a bit harder, I think.
Digging deep. Skinner just trying to challenge at the breakdown, and here come Radley. Bertie Hall.
Well, yeah, definitely a pen there. Just 9 finding himself on the wrong side.
Fisila out with the offload. They're going to come back for the penalty though.
Yeah, it happened in the ruck before. Just tackler finding themselves on the wrong side. Just have to show the ref, like I said in the last game, you have to show the ref that you're fighting to get out of that breakdown, even if it's just a kick of the hips or a raise of the arms, just to let them know that you're stuck. I'm sure that's what the ref will be explaining now.
Maslin just having a word with his team. The referee just trying to stamp some control on this game early on.
Yeah, it's a big occasion for the refs as well. So, certainly a point we haven't spoke about. You know, I'm not sure how many opportunities they get to referee in stadia like this. So they want to make sure they don't play too much of a part in the match.
Into the corner from Donald. Would have wanted a few more metres than that.
Let's make sure this set piece is nice and clean. It was a little scrappy, which ended up being a try last time.
Sykes to Bunyov.
Great height, great squeeze. Backs joining in now as well to add the momentum. It seems they have the answers.
Well, it's gone to ground, and Wellington get it back.
The loose head last coming up there.
Well, they couldn't get it away, could they? And the mischief at the ruck from Wellington, doing the business.
Yeah, seemed to look like Callum O'Byrne was the one killing the ball there. Great work.
It's a big scrum down in this corner for Wellington. I haven't really seen both teams in this position yet. From the base.
Oh, great shot.
Geordie Bland just being sent backwards.
By Elliott.
Still charging forward. Skinner marshalling his men. O'Byrne up the field and out the 22. Skinner
On his own. Good clear.
Well, Starmer Smith fronting up. They're outside the 22. The kick into the Radley half. Now maybe a chance for Rory Worcester to find some space. The shuffle and through the middle. Skinner with the tackle. Shoulder in there from Bill Bright too. Well, where are Radley going to go with this? Fissel out. Gets chopped and doesn't have much time.
Yeah, Skinner not releasing the tackler there, giving away the pen. Just too excited by the ball being on the floor.
Well, Radley opting to come blind. There's a lot of black shirts in front of them. All bit of a spillage off the boot. It went backwards though.
I'm surprised
Wellington have it.
I thought they had the penalty advantage and it doesn't seem to have come their way.
Langford boshing off Fissel out. Dink over the top from Smythe.
Space.
Roll into the corner. A lovely take from Worcester, and he's still going.
Done so hard to stay in the play there.
Turned on a sixpence, didn't he? Beautiful stuff from Rory Worcester. Well, it's gone into touch.
I'm sure a 15 like himself with finding out that you're playing at a stadium like Sixways on the 4G. It's about some excitement, getting the open field like that, being kicked down your throat.
It's a big pitch, isn't it? Nice and wide, plenty of space.
It's, lots of opportunities to return the ball back and attack broken field.
Maslin to Pitts.
Oh.
Big hit coming in.
Looked like it was Elliott again.
Starmer Smith can't get the offload away. Skinner to Corbett, and Corbett cuts back inside. Couldn't see any space on the outside.
Elliott again, bumping him back. Sorry.
Charge down.
Sorry, it was Jamie Fletcher.
Well, the charge down. We're coming back for the penalty advantage. Wellington will surely nudge this one into the corner and try and set up another driving maul. They've had good success from there today. They're looking controlled, aren't they? We are minutes away from half time.
Yeah, it just seems Radley in attack, whether it's weary legs and defending, just seem to be losing the contact battle. Wellington driving them back. Although some great shots from Radley in the midfield. Just need to try and keep that discipline down and not allow these entries into the 22 that look like Wellington are so good at.
To McKnight on the top. A bit further out this time. They're going to have to do a bit of work. It's with the man at the front, O'Byrne. How close can he go? O'Byrne has it. Choke tackle from Radley.
Seems they've ripped the ball out. Yes, great turnover by Radley.
How on earth have they come away with that? Oh, the box from Donald. Well, that was choicey.
Seemed a bit rushed. Just take your time, keep your composure. Great shot.
Big hit from Bill Bright there. And Wellington rewarded with the penalty. The pressure on the line. Skinner trying to take it quickly.
Yeah, that's just that composure in that in that area, in that red zone. You have to take your time. Look like the 10 for Radley, just wanted to snatch at it, go for the box kick. Donald just in them areas, you can build, wait, be a bit more patient and make sure that ball gets off the park. But now another maul to defend.
Well, it's at the back.
Red scrum cat, I think he can meet it, I think he can hit it.
O'Byrne going sideways and just well tackled by Radley here. They're going to go charging forward, inches away. Maybe that's on the line.
He looked it.
Close. Well, he's marching Wellington back. From our angle, it did look like that was probably over the line. If it wasn't clear, though, he's going to come back for the scrum.
Yeah, they had a lot of momentum then, but it seems that this maul's a great weapon for Wellington. Yeah, looks like it's dotted down there.
Well, you'd have to say on that they were 99% over the line. I think probably beyond that as well.
Just on that maul, just the loose head. O'Byrne, maybe be a bit more patient. Similar to Radley, as we were saying in the red zone. In this zone as well, you have to be patient on the attacking end. Just trust the maul for it to eke its way forward rather than going on your own.
Well, it's a scrum to Wellington. They lead 10 points to 7 against Radley College here in this RFU under-15 National Cup semi-final. On the cusp of half-time, not long left on the clock for the opening 30. It's been a strong game. Wellington certainly pinned Radley back in their own half for much of this first 30 minutes, and Skinner now with the ball in at the scrum. Good positions, and away they come. Loop round, Maslin on the charge. Again, Smythe looking to move it through the hands. Langford, quick ball.
Brilliant.
Lovely, lovely work. And Knapman is over in the corner for a third try for Wellington.
Great skills there by Langford. Under pressure, in the tackle, flicks the ball out. They seemed a bit flat. The opportunity was there on the outside, and they got it out there and they dotted over for the try.
Well, it was great hands, wasn't it? Right on the cusp, Smythe to Langford. Perfectly flat pass and a great finish from Jack Knapman. Smythe held onto it, didn't he? Just momentarily. Drew the man. Langford with the tips. Knapman with the dive.
Yeah, Smythe took it right to the line there. Put Langford under a hell of a load of pressure, but was still able to squeeze that ball out. It was great work. But that set piece, so important. Getting on top. Maslin running, getting that extra couple of yards. Positive breakdown. Quick ball, and then executing on the outside.
Langford with the strike. Langford with the extras. And Wellington up to 17. Well, half-time scores then from Sixways. Radley College 7. Wellington College 17.
Yeah, massively important score on the strike at half-time. I'm sure there'll be some important conversations now, as there always is at half-time. Review, see what can go better, see what they can keep on doing.
Well, a great opening 30 minutes here in our second under-15s Cup semi-final. This was the opening score. It was a big try coming in from Radley College. They took the lead early on. It was down the wing. Quick hands from David Fisilau.
Yeah, drawing the defender, short on the blind side. Great start for Radley College.
Well, this the response pretty much immediately, wasn't it, from Wellington? One I'm sure you enjoyed watching, Sam. Hookers crashing over from the driving room more.
Yeah, obviously it's been a big area this game. The forwards in Wellington have been really, really positive at full time, both on attack and defence, and have been getting their rewards from it. I'm sure they'll be having the chats now, Radley, on how they can nullify that. They started with to leave it. Obviously in them areas that's hard to do, but really not allowing that to get too much of a go-to for Wellington.
Well, this is the final score of the half, right on the whistle. Quick hands from Smythe and Langford putting away Jack Natman into the corner for their third try of that first half. And Wellington go into the break 17 points to 7 up, and it's looking good. Twickenham in 2 weeks' time, 30 minutes to decide who will play in that final. We'll be back with the second half in just a few moments' time. Well, ready to go for this second half. Radley, 10 points adrift, and already Wellington starting as they mean to go on, because Taylor with a carry and they're into the 22. Archie Triplo on for Wellington.
Oscar Thomas coming up with the ball again and running onto the ball, working very hard.
Smythe skipping through and just being brought down 6 metres short of the line. Charging up again, Starmer Smith still going. Radley doing everything to hold them up short. Carry once again. They look to be over the line, but it's held up in the air. It's back with Triplo.
It's on
out wide, they have the numbers. The pass no good. Maslin, he's got some work to do. Fizzing pass out wide to Langford, and Langford's going to score. Inigo Langford for Wellington, getting their fourth try of the game.
Yeah, fantastic. Just using that momentum that they gained from the kick-off. So narrow, Radley defenders then, just so focused about that pick and go. And being able to, even though they're flat, being able to finish it on the outside.
Had so many numbers, didn't they? Ben Smythe, his pass didn't quite head to Corbett. He tried to move it so quickly, it was well picked up by Maslin. That fizzing pass, just taking out the defenders, and Langford not being stopped from that far out.
No, exactly, just far too many numbers game. Mismatch. And with a player like Langford, who can beat defenders for fun, an easy finish.
Big third of the ball. Langford can't quite convert his own try, but they have extended their lead, 22 points to 7 now. Radley College maybe a bit shell-shocked at the start of this second half.
Yeah, very important passage of the game. Have to see a reaction now before it gets out of their hands. But that, like I said before, they know what's at stake. It'll be running through their heads, so I expect a reaction.
Well, Hugo Donald will get Radley into Wellington's half. Ball fizzing backwards. Smythe turning and putting boot to ball straight down the middle of the park.
Good take.
Nice take indeed. Now Radley come. Worcester straightening it up.
Just a look at putting that knee down again.
Well, they were trying to drive forward, probably not the best option, because Wellington have got them held up. Around the fringes with Leatham.
Could argue it was a bit of round the side there.
Benton.
Just that speed at the ball, at the breakdown, just too slow. Great offload there though.
Fissile out, taking it up.
Unfortunate. Lots of pressure being put on by Wellington. They can really feel the game's in their hands. Radley seem to be just a little bit clinging on at the minute.
Well, it's a scrum to Wellington.
Bertie Hall there just shouting at his pack, trying to get them up.
Triplo with the put in at the scrum. We're going to have our first reset.
Apologies, Sykes.
So much energy from the crowd in the stand, isn't there? Bit of sledging, cheering each other on.
Yeah, a bit of jeering. Just enjoying the occasion.
Smythe. Maslin shipping it out to Langford.
Great hands, open space.
At pace and skipping forward. Still has the wheels and still going. working his way to the 22, gets it out to Pitts, and
good 30 metres made there.
oh, spilled ball, and again it may have gone backwards. Hacked on eventually. Knock on, and we're going to come back for a scrum.
Yeah, a bit of juggling there. Thought they might have got away with the first one, but pulled back. But another 30 metres made from a set piece. Real slick handling, running at pace with the ball. Langford finding himself in acres of space, beating defenders for fun.
I mean, it's a great day for a fullback on this sort of pitch, isn't it? Fast, flat, quick.
Yeah, exactly. And with the ball that they're getting at the minute at set piece, it just really excites the backs. Early, yeah, it was fractionally early by Wellington, too keen to get the nudge on. Ball wasn't in the scrum.
Well, they've got a free kick, and just looking at Leatham here, going to take the tap.
Go meet him.
Wellington just sitting off in the defence, and now they move Vissel out.
Get that ball out. Oh, good defence by
Maslen, just flying up in the line for Wellington, stopping the potential break on the outside. Vissel out with the quick hands down the left, then Ashford breaking in field. Crumley brings him down.
It's fine.
Digby Elliott.
They did get their hands on the ball. Needs to be rolling the right way.
Weston. Oh, they're coming back for the penalty.
Just found himself on the wrong side again. Just have to get out of that area.
Yeah, no surprise the penalty came. Good timing for Radley though. They found themselves from inside their own 22 down on the opposition's very quickly.
Yeah, I think looking at the time, they probably need to look at getting a score pretty soon. It's a very important penalty. Lots of numbers defensively.
On the set, now comes the drive, peeling around the fringes. Hall charging forward into the 22 now. Oh, that was lovely from Patrick Hall.
Isolated a bit there.
Betton. Well, we know he can carry hard. He's stolen, and McKnight has it back for Wellington. Well, they might have some space over far. Langford ships it out wide, through the hands. Back inside. That was a very fortunate pass in the end. They're still moving forward, Wellington. That was not what Eddie Skinner would have wanted. Smythe again having to clean up, and the show and go needs some support. Well, he's having a wonderful game, Ben Smythe.
Need to get back on side. Ooh.
The pass just going to ground, and Maslen again getting through a lot of that clean-up work, isn't he?
Arms raised. I think he's going to be giving it for a deliberate knock-on.
Langford charging in some space. Can he go all the way? Oh, good tackle.
Still going.
Worcester just getting his ankles in the end, and Langford still moving forward.
Oh, good.
McKnight. We're coming back for the advantage.
Long advantage, I would have said there. Would have gave them the benefit of the doubt. They made a lot of yards. Not even sure if it was there, but
the referee certainly giving them the opportunity to play, isn't he? Trying to keep the game free flowing.
Yeah, just a bit too keen. Indecision between tackle or intercept, causing the one hand to stick out and knocking the ball on.
Well, Smythe nudging it 24 metres out from that Radley try line, and we know they've got the power in the forwards. There's been some great breaks, hasn't there? That axis of 10-15, Langford and Smythe for Wellington really coming to the fore in this second half.
Yeah, like beating defenders, finding open spaces, very crucial on that turnover period, that first couple of phases, getting that ball out wide, because that's where the opportunities are. And here we go, another powerful maul. I think he's deemed it as truck and trailer. He's out, it's a scrum. Yeah, I was wondering why Wellington were running back there. Accidental offside, leading to a scrum.
Both teams have played that card a couple of times in this game.
Yeah, I think it looked like it must have been the refs asked him to come out or something like that. Hooker stayed in and then led to a Radley scrum.
Up they come for another reset. Well, it's been better at scrum time than in opening game of the day, hasn't it? A bit more even, better body positions.
Yeah, exactly. Just a lot lower. But it seems Wellington are trying to really put that weight across the binder, similar to what we saw Ipswich do in the last game. They just need to time their nudge when the ball's in, not on their calling process. A lot of movement there.
Radley, get it away. Thistle out wide to Worcester, and
2-on-1.
he feeds Ashford. Ashford in space and cuts inside. Langford does well to tackle him. Still with Radley into that Wellington half now. Betton crashing it up. Still going.
Get that knee down. There you go.
I think it's been stolen and Wellington have it back. That is some great work by Geordie Bland. Rip again. That is Patrick Hall.
You could argue his knee was down. He could have released the man, but
crashing hits from Wellington. Out the back door. Thistle out. Going to have some black shirts in front of him. Every time he gets the ball in this game, he's really well marshalled, isn't he? And here comes Felici.
Yep, after release the player is down, the tackle was complete. I think Wellington are playing a bit on the edge, allowing Radley to get these penalties. But Radley really need to look at getting some points now.
They've had a lot of possession in the first 15 minutes of this second half, and a lot of it's been in their own half, and that's, I think, the problem for Radley. They've struggled to just get beyond that defensive line of Wellington.
Exactly, and territory is so important for the game. If you can force the opposition to have the ball in their area, if any mistakes occur, ball will be in their area. You can win the ball back. So really interesting to see if Radley go for an attacking option or maybe kick the ball away and see if their defence can do the trick. Seem to come over there.
The base, and it's going with Patrick Hall at the back. Well, look at that go from Radley College. They've still got the momentum. It's moving forward. Good patience, good tempo. Wellington getting in behind it.
Dragged out. I think Freddie Ash, the 17 there, got his arms in quite early on and was dragging it out, forcing it out, and ended up in touch.
Well, Digby Elliott just having a chat with our referee. Unfortunately for the red and whites, it's going to be a Wellington line out.
And another maul.
Felici now gets the charge and he's still going. Fends off two. Eventually tackled by Elliott.
So many red and white shirts on the wrong side of the breakdown now. Great hit.
Smashing run from Starmer Smith. This time McKnight, who's got through a lot of carrying in this game. Out wide from Maslin. He loves that long looping pass. What a take that was from Crumley. Just chopped, and Langford now spilling it, swerving, stepping.
In the pocket.
That is some nudge, and we could be in for a 50-22 here, and Wellington under pressure, and they will get the line out.
Great recognition of space, and what a great reward. What a feeling to then know that's your line out, considering how well the maul's been going as well, making another 20 metres.
50-22 is a great Law adaptation. Look at it, he's just on the edge of his 22. He's made what? Well over 80 metres.
Brilliant.
I think one of the things people don't mention enough about the 50-22 is the mental side of it. It just gives you such a boost when you see that trickle into the 22 and you get the line out.
Exactly, and the same on the other side. Defensively, it really does demoralise you. So, you know, I'm sure psychologically Radley would have been, the shoulders gone down, the heads went down a little bit, and now comes Wellington machine.
Charging through, they're inches away from the line, it's still to play for. Radley getting sucked in to slow this one down. Wellington once again trying to be patient and use the muscle, and it is over for a fifth try for Wellington, and they are rompers here at Sixways.
Yeah, again, great composure, taking their time in those tight areas. Radley looking a bit bemused, a bit demoralised. But this Wellington pack have been very, very impressive. The maul, the pick and goes, winning that gain line. They had both options. They could have gone wide, they could have pick and goed. But it's just great control. And another great score.
Callum O'Byrne, the replacement prop forward, bundling his way over. And Radley now, you sense that they perhaps just acknowledge the scoreboard somewhat, because 27-7 down is a big gap to overcome in the final 13 minutes.
Yeah, it is a big gap, but obviously when you're out there, you always believe, you have to believe. 2 quick scores could change the game. But it does seem to be a bit one-sided. Ever since that first try, where Radley looked so promising, it has seemed to be the team in black.
Well, Radley will need 3 converted tries to get back within a point, so they need a bit more than that at the moment. Still hope for Radley College. They've been superb in this game. Long restart from Hugo Donald, and just giving Tom Pitts, who's back on the left wing, a chance to run it out of his 22.
Very narrow again by Radley.
On this near touchline, Ashford winning over some defence, and it is a penalty to the red and whites. Radley, maybe they can get the first of many tries at the end of this game.
Yeah, Weston staying in the fight there. Clearer came in, tried to clear him off the ball, but he stayed strong. Arms locked on the ball, clear penalty.
They're going to have a line out 10 metres away from the Wellington College try line. You can hear the cheers. I think that's 1, 2, 3 Radley.
Yeah, I think they've been spanning it out as well. Cheering, the noise doesn't stop. The fans have been great all game.
Here comes the charge. It's been spilled out the back of the maul and picked up by Digby Elliott, the captain, having to clean up the mess. And here comes Sykes. Have to be patient, don't they? The crash now. Oh, the line was hard. Close. The pass just a bit too direct.
Yeah, it's a shame. The opportunity was there. I think if that went to hand, it was straight for a gaping hole and probably under the stick. So So unlucky, but again, the spill at the back of the maul, it looked like a really good setup. But how important is that set piece? Has to be clean.
Triplo gets the ball away. Smythe now feeds Langford once again, and he opts not to use Pitts on his left, and Langford again makes 30 metres. Another huge kick inside their own half.
Seems to be loads of space in the backfield. Really good recognition by the Wellington 10.
Radley just getting sucked in, aren't they, and trying to halt this dynamic attack from Wellington.
Oh.
Well, they've come away with it, and it's Freddie Ash for Wellington. Triplo to Smythe. Has to check himself, feeds the ball, and it's going to be Corbett. Can't quite find his way there.
And again, this can be the time where they can keep that composure.
It's direct from Wellington. Around the fringes again. Oh, it's close. Maybe one more nudge. Radley just creeping over the line.
Good hit there.
Held up. Great defensive effort from Radley College.
Yeah, great fight, great desire. So easy than making that many yards. You could just roll over and allow them to get over. But to slide under the ball and a kick from under the sticks to follow.
Well, it's the 20, well, not the 22, goal line dropout rather.
I couldn't think of it, that's why I said.
It's, I think it's such a horrendous thing to have to try and receive. If you're clearing it from your own lines, it is a horrible thing to see a team coming full onslaught at your own try line. And here is Smythe skipping.
Oh.
Smythe gliding through, needs some support. He's well tackled by Digby Elliott.
So narrow again. If they get this ball out, all they need is a string of passes.
Maslin carving through. It's going to be Crumley. Crumley's going to go under the sticks here, and it's a sick try for Wellington at Sixways.
Yeah, brilliant. Noticed how narrow they are again. One ball out the back. Defenders at 6s and 7s and executing once again.
Well, I was just saying, what a horrendous thing to defend a goal line dropout. You're so exposed, and they tried their best, didn't they, Radley, pinging it towards the touchline just to give them a bit of leeway, but really horrendous to defend.
If you look around that breakdown, there's far too many forwards, far too many players. Just need to spread out, give that width. The backs are so under pressure with them being that wide. So many gaps for the Wellington players to run through.
I think one of the worst things to defend, I mean, it's a great new law, the goal line dropout, but gives me cold sweats thinking about it, to be honest.
I know. It always happens. You kick it, and it's always that one person you don't want it to go to that gets the ball and is running full tilt straight back at you. But it is, to be fair, I actually think it's a good reward defensively as well, considering where you were. If you get a good kick, it can be a real good weapon to actually really clean your lines. So it can work in both ways.
Now Wellington up to 36 points to 7 now.
The ref did call more there, but did manage to get it down and presented.
Out the back, Maslin to Langford, who feeds Crumley, who's just scored a try. Nice little pop offload. Maslin doesn't have any support, and Radley couldn't quite snatch that on the deck. They do get the penalty though.
Yeah, there was definitely a clear hand on the Radley hand on the ball, and he just did that extra wriggle on the floor trying to present it. And I believe penalty was the right call. Let's see if Radley can get a response, get a try, finish it on a high.
Well taken. Buyanov again, successful collection at the line out.
Hooker might need to look at, rather than adding on the left, being at the back of the ball, because look how flat that ball's now available. And now Wellington are on the ball. Just need to get that maul a bit longer so the ball's less available. But great pressure again.
Radley just spilling it, and lucky for Hugo Donald. They're under such pressure at all times. They're such difficult passes to collect.
Yeah, the ball was a bit low. Forwards, a lot of forwards in the way in between the pass. So frustrating. But you can't let it affect you. Try to stay focused on the task at hand.
Well, entering the final 5 minutes of this second semi-final, I think it's probably fair to say at this point Wellington College will face Queggs in the Under-15 Cup final at Twickenham in 2 weeks' time. What a big moment that will be for both teams.
Yeah, it'll be a very entertaining fixture if it's anything like the two we've seen today. Wellington have been great competitors today. Radley College as well, putting in, starting off so brightly. But Wellington have just been so physical, so physically dominant, and that has paved the lead. Whoa.
Triplo gets it away, good ball from him to Pitts through the middle. Oh, well, that was agonisingly close, wasn't it? I'm not sure.
It was close, and again, straight through a gaping hole through the Radley defence.
Maslin's got a real pinger of a pass, hasn't he?
Yeah, great pass. So flat. And the depth that Wellington have, being able to run onto the ball, really meet the ball, makes it so hard for the defence to read. And that's why they're flying through these gaps as well. See if they can put similar pressure on. They seem to have the tight head for Radley in a bit of a position. I'm sure they'll look at trying to do the same again.
Leatham, and it's Elliott carrying. Through the middle comes Fletcher, and Fletcher makes 10 metres.
That all important gain line win there. Now they're on top. Let's see what they can do.
Manson cutting back is Sykes, and a swarm of black shirts surround him as he goes to ground.
Look, yeah. Common sense prevails there. I think that was a bit silly by the Wellington forwards. Ball was clearly down. Rook formed and still put his hands in to win the ball back.
Donald with a great kick into touch. Maybe another chance towards the end of this game for Radley to close us with a score. They open the account here at Sixways today. Buyanov always spilled that one. Triplo barged into touch.
Just took his eye off it at the last second, didn't he?
Well, that is full time here at Sixways. Wellington cheering and full of delight because they will head to Twickenham in 2 weeks' time, where they will face Queen Elizabeth Wakefield Queggs in an absolute juggernaut match in the Under-15 Cup final. Commiserations for Radley, they put up a real fight, but the black swarm of Wellington shirts in the end just keeping them down.
Yeah, another thoroughly enjoyable match. Really, really frustrating for Radley. I think if they just executed some of their opportunities they had, it might have been a different outlook of the game, but Wellington was so clinical in them areas, and when they got on top, the maul was a great weapon for them. They just seemed to take the game away, and those all-important momentum swings, it all seemed to go Wellington's way.
Well, this was at the start of the second half, a great try from Inigo Langford into the corner. Again, a bit of forward might. Their 5th try of the game coming through Callum O'Byrne. And the final try of the match from Finn Crumley, the right wing. This was from the goal line dropout, and Crumley skipping back through under the posts.
Yeah, I'm sure Radley will be very, very gutted about how that game finished up. You know, such a tight contest in the first half. It just seemed to slip away from their hands a bit. You can see the lads are a bit bemused, some bloody faces. They put their all into the match. And with a great following as well, with fans and parents and family. Must be very, very disappointing.
Well, it will be Queggs taking on Wellington at Twickenham in a couple of weeks' time. But final scores from our second under-15 Cup semi-final here at Sixways. Radley College 7, Wellington College 36. And the third and final game of the day coming up at 2 o'clock in just over 15 minutes' time. It's Trinity taking on Sherborne in the under-18s Cup final. And we'll be back with that in 15 minutes' time. Well, welcome back to our final game of the weekend. It is Trinity School taking on Sherborne School in this Under-18 Cup semi-final. Trinity playing in the blue and white hoops. It is at Sherborne in the light blue with yellow. And this Under-18, you already noticed, don't you, the difference in stature and presence on the field.
And noise on the way out, coming out as well. They seem to really be up for this one.
"35 minutes each way." Well, offside, and Ollie Carr-Smith, fly half today for Sherborne, will try and nudge this downfield.
Bit harsh, bit of a get out, I'd have said. Didn't really play effect, but always a good decision by the referee, I find. Be good to see some competition now at the set piece. Woo. Bit low, but good continuity.
Trying to ship it in, the charge down, collected in the end by Pearson.
Oh.
Well, here they go, still breaking. Pearson, the captain for Trinity. Good intent already from the blue and white hoops. I would say blue and whites, but there's two of them on this field, and
Yeah, just getting in the way. You could see the outside clear, just slip over the person, the tackler.
Well, this is a huge game for these two sides. The winner of which will play Kirkham in the final. Kirkham, who played Barnard Castle in their semi-final on Friday evening. It was a 7 o'clock kickoff at Kendal Rugby Club up north. But they will be excellent opposition for whoever makes it through this semi-final. You already get a sense of the intensity and pace in this game.
Yeah, definitely, and I think discipline's going to be a massive part in this game as well, like we've seen throughout the day. Not rolling away. These small areas, those little work-ons, that's so important, that play massive part.
Off the top, Trinity collect. Trinity look to drive, and it's not getting moving just yet, but here it comes now. It's on the deck, and no, it's still going.
Wrongly brought down, it looks like.
Great contest, charging up Sinclair.
Met well there, though.
At the end. Still charging, and
had to make that really look clean.
Through the middle, out wide, looping pass, maybe too wide. Ogunyemi, what can he do in tight space? A big fend, Ogunyemi still going. The offload good, and it went to Bellamy.
Oh, squeeze it out just in time.
Charging through the middle.
Driven back again though. Great rip, although it is a penalty. It's got to be great to see. Very good boost in confidence to be able to drive them back even when they're that close to your line. Such a difficult thing to do.
Well, Sherborne trying to out-muscle Trinity on their own line.
We'll see if they opt for them all again. See if they can put any pressure on it.
Well, it's Sinclair at hooker for Trinity. Here comes that driving maul again. Trucking it at the back, it's going to go to ground. Back to the feet, Sinclair still trying to get over. Oh, he looked for the reach. Couldn't quite get the points. Now moving wide with Byrne.
Good shot. Bringing a great reaction from the crowd as well.
Kane Fleary with that crash. The sun finally for the first time shining down on us here at Sixways, and Sherborne have it back through the middle into a bit of space and going wide again. It was a good carry from Finn Watson. In the pocket, show and go. Now they go with the kick over the top of the head of Josh Bellamy, and just kept his hands on that, didn't he? Bellamy has some absolute wheels, and if you followed the
great
Premiership Rugby under-18s this season, you'll have seen Bellamy do that all day.
Great work on the kick chase though. It was a threat. If he just broke out that one extra tackle, maybe even gave the pass, they could have been onto something there, but very good to disrupt the ball, dismantle the ball from his hands. And then from being on your 5 metres, defending your 5 metres, you've got a scrum inside their half.
Lots of clapping, lots of cheering, lots of jeering as well. Sherborne with the scrum just inside the Trinity half.
Good to see a bit of afters as well. After the tackle, having probably a little word saying, come down that channel again.
Well, Charlie Collins at scrum half for Sherborne, just awaiting his first feed of the day.
Yeah, both packs looking to try and bring a bit of impetus, try and get that foothold. So probably a bit too keen for the first one. Right decision to reset again. Let's see who starts on the front foot.
Big shove, and I think Sherborne had just about hold on to that. Lost forward, came off their Trinity hand, so it's still with Sherborne now. Digging it out, Carl Smith, and here comes the charge.
Bit short on the attack here.
McLaughlin crashes it up.
Walking back already, worrying sign for the attack. Ripped again in the tackle. Really physical defence.
Well, latched upon, wasn't it? Matabalavu dived on that ball and still with Trinity. Penalty to Sherborne, and they lost it, but so well to get it back.
Yeah, like I said, turnover ball really important. That you can look after it. So easy to go swings back and forth, ripping the ball. They look like they're targeting the ball a lot in the tackle. Trinity, and they're doing really well to disrupt. But then the clearer coming in at the side clearly.
But they're just trying to work out their numbers. Nobody's quite sure. Classic line-out play, that is. No forward can quite count. Stolen off the top, Trinity. Ooh, free kick to Sherborne.
One defender too many, I believe it looks like.
Carl Smith, lovely pop. Oof. Collins, the inside switcheroo. Parry takes it into contact.
Again, asking just to check, just asking the question on the inside, just to see if they're up to the task, paying attention. Again, that rip in the tackle.
Well, it's everything in the kitchen sink at the moment from both teams, isn't it?
That's it. Very physical encounter. What we always expected to see in the older fixture. Making loads of noise, you can hear the crowd. Loving every moment.
Those cheers for Sherborne, and they have the ball at the scrum on the edge of the 22, teetering inside this Trinity half. Carl Smith, hard line from Parry.
Oh. Good to get the ball from him. Just seemed to be snagged because there was no offside line.
Collins to Parry again. Parry with the outside break, doesn't quite get there, and it's Matabalavu who wraps him up. Stolen by Trinity, and here comes Connolly. Out wide again through Pet Smith. Now Bellamy goes to Oganyemi.
Penalty.
And it's Sherborne that get the ball back with the penalty. A lot of errors, isn't there?
Just overzealous, too keen. Lots of rips in the breakdown, far too easy for Trinity to get their hands on the ball. But Sherborne are the ones that keep getting these penalties. Discipline, errors. You have to try to keep them to a minimum in important matches like this.
I mean, they're going to be creeping up to double figures in penalties soon, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. But as far as Sherborne are concerned, they just seem to be a bit flat, a bit out of options, not many options, so they're having to carry the ball in, whether they like to or not, and that seems the defence are numbers up, which allows them to get onto the ball. Another steal.
Trinity inside their own 22. Connor Byrne just up, marshalling his forwards. I think Finley Kennedy is going to have the box. Great distance on that. Sherborne take it quickly inside. Carr Smith back into the space, but I think they reckon maybe the mark was called already, so they couldn't take it quickly.
Interesting.
Well, it's going to be Sherborne with the line out just inside their own half. They've had certainly more possession in the opening 15 minutes. Close encounter. You can see why both of these two sides have made it all the way to the National Cup semi-finals.
Yep, you can see, oh, not straight, frustrating. Trying to go for a cheeky play there down the front, seeing that the front prop is switched off, facing the wrong way, something that Trinity need to be aware of next time. Bit of a let off. Now for the really interesting part.
Well, it's Trinity with the feed, and Kennedy gets it in. Oh, that hasn't done what it was supposed to, so we're going to see another reset here.
Yeah, it looks like Trinity are trying to drive a fraction earlier before the ball's in. You can see the Nines putting in the ball in very fast after the set, trying to stay on top after the engage. See if they go for the same. Very fast putting again. Good clean ball.
Bellamy out the back, and Byrne gets it, skips, and still going. The set play not quite finding its mark, and Bellamy back with the ball in hand, gets a crash up from Medcraft. It's lost and hacked on, and the advantage with Sherborne. So we're going to have another scrum over this side of the pitch now.
Yeah, it was caught, it was past, the ball was very flat. Difficult skill to hang on to the ball there, but then two defenders were able to pry the arms away. And on come the front row substitutions.
Well, inside the opening 15 minutes is, we say, a change coming in. The man with no number on his back, David Bampo, for Trinity. Big cheers for Sherborne as Charlie Collins feeds the scrum. There's a lot of angles in that scrum, but they finally come away with it out the back door, out wide, and here comes Heaver, scorching down the track, and it's into the hands of Dowling. I've made 40 metres from left to right, and it's still with Carr Smith. It's lateral into space, the ball not finding the mark, and it's with Wolseley Brinton. And Sherborne bundled into touch.
Again, a little bit afters. But like you say, such a positive break there. Just seemed to run out of options again when they came back the other side. Ending up in the second row, hands on the wing. It's not a sight you see every day.
Well, Trinity get the line out. It's a short line out. Sherborne didn't match their numbers, I don't think, and Trinity now moving forward. It's teeing up the box kick for Kennedy, and he sends that nicely downfield. Well chased by Matabalavu, but skipping run from Senior, and Trinity smash Sherborne into touch.
Lots of noise, enjoying that kick chase. Great connection from the Trinity players that want a desire, meeting the Sherborne players. They were lucky they got the offload away first, but sadly the second player couldn't get away and was nailed into touch.
To the front, well taken, Marvin. The set coming from Trinity, and still just trickling forward at the moment. Kennedy was looking for it, but the forwards and Fleer are not letting them have it yet.
I think the tight head Freddie Cole needs to be careful he's not picking up the leg, but
Burn to Bellamy out wide and into the hands of Bailey. Here comes Ogunyemi. Tackled, getting into that 22, this time through Khalil Alien.
good line, but met well as well.
Still through the middle, Bailey, and Bampo on the charge. Makes half a yard, good chop tackle from Freddie Cole. Byrne skips inside himself, still going. Lovely feet, lovely hands. Bellamy on the outside, carving through. Oh, it's knocked out his hands. Well, some tackle that was. It's feisty out there. Bit of afters from Bellamy as well.
Great hands by the hooker, Ross Sinclair, just to lift it on the outside shoulder. Almost a certain try, but fantastic cover defence by Sherborne to force a knock on.
Well, Sinclair with glorious hands. Bellamy looked as if it was coming up for him, and that tackle from Ollie Senior, I think it was, or maybe Will Parry just coming through to knock it out his hands. Bellamy certainly would have thought he was over, surely.
Hookers truly can do it all.
I mean, it was deft, wasn't it? Silky, just sponges for hands, just the way he gifted that into the belly of Josh Bellamy.
No, brilliant, but also again galvanised the Sherborne players. Great result.
Well, 20 minutes in and this game's still 0-0. Well taken from Bedford at the front of the line out. Sherborne muscling it, they get the penalty.
That's it. Back to back opportunities to get out of their area, leading to the penalty and that all important territory, forcing them hopefully into their half.
Oh, it's coming to our commentary position. We had one in the box yesterday, but not quite this time.
Just a rattle of the feet there. Surprised, I thought he could take a bit more from that kick. Seems to be kicking it a bit short, but making sure, I suppose.
He got good height, didn't he? Not quite the distance. He's tapped back to Trinity. Kennedy digs deep and heads into the mining. Always spilled forward by Sinclair. We said he got great hands earlier. Didn't quite manage to collect it and gather it.
Yeah, they're struggling a bit at the line out, aren't they, Sherborne? They've added some variety with going on the floor. They might need to go back to that. But too easy for Trinity to just throw the front player up. Throws her a bit low. So really effective to disrupt.
Well, more changes from Trinity. Drew Gormley coming on the field, as is, I think Joe Marvin may have just come on. Gormley. Oh, it's penalty to Sherborne.
Yeah, it looked like Bampo definitely wasn't supporting his body weight. Tried to drop it down, but he was the first one under. Just have to make the most of these penalties. He's a much better kick as well.
Better strike, yeah. And they seemed to like that, didn't they, the Sherborne fans?
No, they did. It's just a massive psychological boost as well. Being able to allow your 10 to kick deep into the territory. Just need to look after this ball now in this line out.
Well, Ollie Carr-Smith been pulling the strings so far. Had a few scuffed kicks early on, but into his rhythm now. The sun beating down on us here at Sixways. To the front, that's another option. Head's in touch, the ball's in touch, and Sherborne have lost the ball.
Again, showing that versatility, going to the front. Just need to look after that ball. That piece is so important.
Well, neither team has really managed to retain possession for long periods of time, have they? It's lack of continuity in the sides at the moment. Neither really beginning to string the phases together. Plucked by Cummins, great work.
Option to pass here.
Gormley teeing up the box, opts for the territory. It's going to head straight down to Senior, and he does really well to collect it. Well, looks maybe a bit of a physical contest in the tackle.
Ooh, scuffed it.
They're going to have it back. It bounces well, and Senior has it now. Well, it's with Trinity. Sherborne penalised.
You have to be 10 metres from the kick, that rule. So when the 9 kicks it, everyone has to make space. You can't just be gravitating towards the ball. So you have to make space, be given enough space for the people to make a fair contest for the ball. Because the forwards didn't, or some of the players from Sherborne didn't, that's why they've been awarded a penalty.
Bellamy off the left peg, nudged deep, and it's going to be a line out. Just more than 5 metres out from the Sherborne try line. Still 0-0 here in the opening half. Trinity School, Croydon taking on Sherborne School in this Under-18 Cup semi-final at Sixways, the winner of which will play Kirkham Grammar in the final at Twickenham in 2 weeks' time. Big money match. What your season comes down to.
Tail ball.
Got the momentum. Charging forward, it's with Trinity, and Trinity through Ross Sinclair get the opening points of the game.
Yeah, and that just goes to show how important the set piece is. Sherborne have struggled to look after their ball at the line out. Trinity the other way around, very, very clinical. And in that fight, they opt for the tail, the big money ball, and they drive it over the line. A great setup as well.
Well, it was just moving perfectly, wasn't it? To the tail of the line out. They got the bodies in there. Sherborne were a bit slow to react, weren't they?
Yeah, exactly. You see the body height just sliding up, too many heads upright. Have to sit your head in there. Really force it to push it back. Get your legs underneath you and push, push, push. That's all you can do.
Bellamy just pushes it to the right. I mean, he's a very talented player, the Queen's Academy man. Put a kick into the corner for the try off his left boot. Kicked it off the tee with his right. Not often you see that happen.
Yeah, again, kicks for posts. Let's just hope that doesn't come back to haunt him, because I'm sure Sherborne will come back fighting and want a response.
Well, it's taken us 25 minutes to get our first points of the game. That try from Ross Sinclair just edging Trinity in front at the moment.
I think it's going to be one of those games, going to be nip and tuck. Come right down to the wire.
Byrne finds himself in a bit of space. Bellamy now, maybe there's something on the counter here. Electric cutting inside. still going. Maybe some space out wide. Bellamy into the hands of Matavalavu. He looks for the offload, gets it inside to Pert Smith. Pert Smith, oh, did he lose that forward? It's gone backwards, says the referee.
Somehow got it back.
Well, he's going for the sin bin, and that is Cassian McLaughlin, who is heading to the bin.
Deliberate knock on. Couldn't quite see how or what he did, but the refs deemed it to be cynical, probably stopping a try scoring opportunity. So
well,
he's going to have to sit on the naughty step.
The pace at which Bellamy moved here was electric, it truly was.
Yeah, clearly showing in broken field what a danger. Great out the back offload. Just a gamble there from the winger to chuck it in. Looked like it was from when he was attempting the turnover. He's given the pen and the yellow.
I think he was on the floor when he made a tackle as well, perhaps. Well, it's another line out. Maybe cynical, says the referee Ben Simpson. Oh, Sherborne have done well to get some bodies behind this. It's still all square in the pack. Now they look to release. Byrne to Bellamy, ships it out wide. Oganyemi again gets another one of those high catch hospital passes. The offload inside, and it's to Sherborne though. Sherborne have it back in their 22.
Yeah, such a difficult skill. That over the top pass probably not necessary. If you go through the hands, fix a defender, you could probably be an easy walking on the outside.
Bellamy over to Byrne, and Byrne cuts in off his right foot, now off his left. What? Byrne still going, sliding through. Connor Byrne off his left. He might go all the way. Can he get the fend? Can he get the try? Yes, he can. Marvellous stuff from Connor Byrne, and that is electric from Trinity in the semi-final.
Individual brilliance. Fantastic to see. Stepping off both feet. Defenders just dropping off him. And a brilliant finish.
Well, majestic, wasn't it? One player, two player, three player. Another big fend off the left hand. Four he's gone past. The cover couldn't quite stop him short from Tom Heaver. And that was a moment of sheer brilliance from the Trinity fly half, Connor Byrne.
And how important will that be for the rest of the match? I'm sure we'll see, but from being in that area, forcing them back, and then broken field again, the runners making the most of the situation. Defenders, scrag tackles.
Seriously impressive. We've had two brilliant tries already in this game. Well, that's another miss from Bellamy. Well, it's worth another look because it is a magnificent Byrne. Just the way he moves his hips and the electricity in which he runs was such a difficult finish as well. That tackle coming in from Heaver.
Yeah, exactly. And with the yellow card as well, the man down, they probably found themselves short, and then they. But a great start.
What a take that was from Max Dowling.
The kick-off's such an important part of the game now as well. It's essentially another set piece that you have to look after. So it'll be interesting to see how Sherborne make the most of it now.
Carl Smith feeding Bedford, and it is a penalty to Trinity. I think it was Bedford not releasing the ball.
They really have been dealing very tenaciously. They're flying up out the line, putting the pressure on. Double tackles, really disrupting that ball, and Sherborne have been rattled a bit by how they've been hit back, and the swarm and the waves of pressure that Trinity keep building.
Well, Ross Sinclair at the line out then, already had one. It's 4-man line out. Go to the back. Sherborne don't contest, and Gormley fires it out wide. Bertie Little is now on with 22 on his back. Gormley still pressing the far touchline. Out wide, through the hands. Matabalavu cuts in off his right wing.
Released the ball, was able to get back up and carry on. Great work.
Crashed up. Change of direction again. Through the hands. Maybe they just have a bit of space. It's going to be another score, surely, for Trinity. Yes, it is. And that is a big try. And Trinity are just starting to turn it up a notch here at Sixways.
Yeah, really well, doing great, recognising the space on the blind side, overfolded by Sherborne, but just that running, winning the gain line, getting on top, putting the defenders on the back foot, so difficult to then regain that momentum and that control, and just fantastic finishing.
Well, it was a good read, wasn't it? Gormley changing direction, feeding Ollie Bailey. He had loads of work to do, didn't he? He had to really muscle his way over, and it was a bit of an arm wrestle, but he got there in the end. Great finish, Trinity.
Now let's see if we can follow up with the points off the boot.
Well, that's another missed conversion. So Trinity lead 15 points to 0 against Sherborne here. This to finish. 22 metres out, the show to go, and the muscle. Great finish.
Very good.
Carl Smith with the restart. Great take by David Bampo.
Very confident under that, wasn't he?
Smooth, wasn't it? Very, very calm and collected.
He's been very vocal since he's come on, celebrating those scores more than anyone you ever see.
Oh, well, maybe a bit of a hospital pass there from Collins. I'm not sure he would really have wanted that, and it's a well rewarded kick chase penalty from Trinity.
Yeah, great connection. You could just see that blue and white wall just come in, chasing the hunger, the desire. It's fantastic to see. And you do truly get the rewards from working hard in that defensive line to then winning the ball in such important areas such as this.
Bellamy off the left boot into the corner. He's got a really nice strike, hasn't he?
Yeah, very nice. Sadly not over the post at the minute yet, but
not yet, we shall see. They've got a good link again. We've seen it already today and over the course of the weekend, that 10-15 access, and Byrne and Bellamy really nicely linking together so far in this opening half.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to release them this time or up the forward route again. Seems the hooker's having to go the long way for the ball anyway. Halfway up the M5.
Oh, they'll be back in Croydon by the time he gets that ball. Off the top, well taken. Cummings, Sid, and the spillage.
Yeah.
Penalty.
Like a move we saw at the first game of the day. That peel round the front side, but a knock on and back into the line out, into another Trinity player in an offside position.
Well, Sherborne pinged that into touch, and that is the close of the opening half. Trinity School Croydon leading 15 points to 0 against Sherborne here at Sixways Stadium, Worcester. We had a great opening half, 3 tries, and plenty more action to come in the second 35s. Let's take a look at those tries, because there were some good ones there. Well, this the carry, the muscle from the forwards. Ross Sinclair driving over.
Yeah, opting to go to the tail. Very brave call. but a fantastic drive and a great setup.
And this Connor Byrne, wonderful, off his right, off his left, cutting through the midfield, then turns on the burners to go out wide. The outside break, Heaver couldn't get there, but some finish.
Yeah, great fend as well. Getting that left arm just to keep that tackle just away from you. Allowing to break that, just hitting arms rather than shoulders. And being able to break through those tackles and dot down in the corner.
Well, the second try, they brought it in from the touchline. The defence started to drift and change of direction from Gormley, feeding Bailey, and he did the rest.
Yeah, like we said, just too keen to work around the corner, not picking their heads up. But great execution, great pass from the 9, straight out wide, missed pass, flat, freeing up the backs, and another great finish.
Well, half-time scores then from Sixways: Trinity School 15, Sherborne 0. And it looks like Trinity are well on the way to marching on to Twickenham in 2 weeks' time. We'll be back with the second half just a few minutes' time. Back with the second half. Sherborne kicking off, and they will need to try and find something early on in this second 35-minute period to try and get that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, and like I said at half time, you know, although it's been 3 tries, the game's not entirely over. Like, you still got to believe 15 points is very surmountable in this game. So I'm sure the Sherborne players will have lots of belief ready to attack and go again.
Sherborne back on their own 10-metre line. Collins over the top, nice pair of hands, and skipping through is Parry, who loses the ball in contact. Pert Smith now fronting up and just muscling his way to the ground finally for Trinity.
Yeah, so frustrating. Just thought they got onto him.
Bellamy out the back to Byrne, and here comes the speedster once again. The fly half on the outside arc. Maybe he doesn't need the support. He's going to go all the way for a second unbelievable solo score. And what about that from Connor Byrne of Trinity?
Wow. I thought he was asking too much of himself. He put the ball under one arm. You knew he weren't going to pass, and he backed himself all the way and got over the line.
Well, it was excellent. Bellamy stepped in at first receiver, fed Byrne, and he had some space in front of him. That is almost a 70-metre effort. No one could touch him. It was again Tom Heaver, the Sherborne fullback, trying to chase him down. But Connor Byrne has absolute gas in spades, and you do not stop him with that much space.
So demoralising from a Sherborne point of view. From that really exciting break on the outside, rip ball, turnover, first phase, and then they get it out wide. It's just too short, not enough defenders, and they pick them off. And then the 10 with absolute wheels cuts them up.
And finally Josh Bellamy gets on the score sheet. The first conversion for him, and Trinity now up to 22 points to 0 against Sherborne here. And they are looking mighty impressive, aren't they?
Yeah. I knew that kit would go over after I said something about it.
Nice take from the restart. Just what you want. A positive action after scoring. The carry from Fury.
A long caterpillar now.
Good security, isn't it, for the scrum half to get that done?
It is. Now they've just got to focus on being connected on this kick chase now.
Bit long on the kick though, wasn't it? Difficult to really chase. Cutting back, Westmacott.
Very deft finger roll there by the 13. Yeah.
Penalty Sherborne. Trinity not rolling away.
Yeah. Trinity 7. Khalil Alenya, he was having a feel around for the ball, couldn't quite get his hands on it, but the tackler not rolling away gave him the opportunity to do that. The line-out struggled in the first half. Let's see if they can make an improvement.
They go to the front, it's stolen. Will Pert Smith again causing a menace at the line-out.
The ball did go down there and it was picked back up. Surprised.
Box again, gone a bit in field, and Carr Smith collecting it. Sherborne finally piled the bodies in to secure possession and looking to run with this. The man that got a yellow card, McLaughlin, pinged into the corner.
I think the whole forward pack was in that breakdown then.
And you don't want to be isolated when Bellamy's on the break. His chip just charged down. Here comes Senior.
Just seemed to be overcommitting in those breakdowns, causing them to be a bit narrow, a bit one-dimensional in attack.
Well, they're playing the advantage, they're going to come back for it. Taken quickly by Parry, looking to feed Westmacott. Show and go from him. Good little line break. Picked up again, Parry.
Oh, well done.
Great meters made. It's been spilled and lost. We're going to come back.
Just that force of the offload, even though they were able to regather it, just really affects the attacking chain, the organisation. You're a bit scrambling. Probably when you get into this area, you don't need to force that offload. Just hang on to it, giving your backs clean ball to run into space.
They're looking a lot better now, though, aren't they, Sherborne, in the second half? Much more controlled.
Yeah, you can see that they know it's a very important stage of the match, and they probably need to get the next score.
Through the middle, hard line, Ollie Carr-Smith, looping pass out wide to Senior, cuts back in. Great tackle from Connor Byrne, the Maverick, hitting hard in defence. And here they go once again, Sherborne. Can they get in to the 5 metre? Edging their way forward.
Just a bit slow there. Have to work hard now to get round the corner towards the post.
Well, just look at the number of bodies. They've got 13 players sucked in around the breakdown at the moment, and they might just be bundled into touch, and it's all been for nothing. Trinity's defence stays true, and Sherborne will have to try again.
Yeah, very frustrating. Just having that composure just seemed to take very, very long to get that ball out and presented. A bit of miscommunication, a bit of lack of leadership.
Bit upright in the contact as well.
Exactly. Too easy for the Trinity players to drive back. Good pressure.
And it's back with Sherborne. Collins popping the ball off. Elaney with the tackle, and again it comes in. Darug. Collins, Carr-Smith out the back door. Huge hit coming in. Ogunyemi flying up out the line, and maybe Parry's got a bit of space. Oh, we tried to get the offload away. It's collected by Bailey. We're coming back for the penalty.
Just that forced offload again. But that running line is not really fixing any defenders at the minute. He's just on his own. He's isolated. So the defenders are confident just to swim off him and chase out the back, which is putting the rest of the Sherborne backs under huge amount of pressure.
Well, they've got the numbers in the back line, haven't they, Sherborne? There's just no dummy runners. It's all a bit passive at the moment, and no direct lines.
Exactly that. Although their lines are being run, you need to hit them on occasions as well. You can't just go out the back, otherwise defences would just read them, ignore them.
Ooh, they go to the back and just about get there. Collins is going to have to take it in, and he fronts up against Bampo.
Yeah. Great call. Bampo just ripped the ball out there. Came off him last. So a Sherborne line out. Disappointing as well when they've actually won the ball there and just seem to be a bit loose and a bit scrappy.
Oh, stolen. They've had trouble there today, haven't they? Archie Pearson, a captain's collect for Trinity. They're fighting, aren't they, the blue and white hoops, to get that ball away. Gormley fighting for it. Gets it at the tail of the caterpillar now.
Have to be careful, they're onside here.
He has got a great box kick, hasn't he? Bit too far for the chase from Connor Byrne, though. Elaney.
Good quick ball.
Well, maybe we're in line for a bit of a 50-22 here if that bounces. It's going to stay infield, though. Bellamy has a bit of time. off the left boot, into touch, and Trinity can breathe.
Good touch finder there, really important. They seemed to be a bit all over the place there. There wasn't a very good chase, so it had to go into touch. But again, alleviating the pressure. Line out struggled. Almost feels like a win, even though it's not your ball.
Still lots of vocal support on the touch lines, isn't there? You can see them there, lapping it up.
Yeah, they brought all the chants with them today.
Very creative, aren't they? Oh, an overthrow. Oh, it's spilled once again. The referee managed to collect it one-handed. How beautiful was that? Ben Simpson, take a bow.
Absolute silk there. Sign him up.
Spider-Man fingertips, I think.
Done the wrong job.
Have a look at that again.
Action replay.
Ben Simpson.
Stop it.
So cool as well, wasn't he? He was just like, I've got it, lads. My ball.
He knew. He knew. He'll be watching that back later on.
Well, Charlie Collins then trying to ignite these backs. They need to try and find something. Trinity sending them backwards. McLaughlin, Carr Smith and Heaver. Westermacott. Good offload back inside. Committing so many bodies at the breakdown, aren't they?
That's it. It's what Trinity have done up so well all this game. It's just slowing down that ball at the breakdown. Being able to add one or two in the defence, but sucks in so many attackers to clear them out. It's almost 2-1 at the minute, which allows them to have that great line speed connection, fly off the line and put them under pressure.
Well, they've got the ball just inside the 22. Tiff Austin at hooker now for Sherborne.
Felix Northover making way.
They're really chancing it at the front now, aren't they? It's got a hand on it from Trinity. Who was that in there?
Ref saying it's presentable now. It has to be played. Oh, great hands.
Great pickup from McLaughlin.
Almost ref-esque that.
And getting tips from Ben Simpson, our man in the middle today. They're carrying it up. Oh, maybe Pert Smith was about to go for that one. Carr Smith out the back. Hot defence from Trinity. Now through the hands into Ollie Senior, and Ollie Senior storming down the track. Great offload off the deck. I think that's Tiff Austin. Sherborne.
Back in this area again. Let's see if they've got a bit more composure.
They're looking for something extra. What can they do with it? Again, they're just all sucked in. It's passive and slow, but trying to use the muscle. Sherborne hammering through.
They need to make sure they carry outside that first defender. They're very narrow.
Over into the corner, maybe this time.
Yeah.
And that is Sherborne's first score of the game.
Let's see if they run back. Need to get more points.
Well, they had the numbers, they had a bit of space in the corner, and it was the power play in the end to get over.
Yeah, just as I was saying about their carries, they pick blind and go and score, but yeah, just recognising they're short, facing the wrong way, against the grain a little bit, almost flipped over there.
Toby Falga, the number 7 for Sherborne, the man with the points. We're only 50 minutes into this game, 20 minutes on the clock still, and if they get this conversion, it really does make it achievable, doesn't it?
Exactly. This kick's going to be very important. Important for the team, important for both teams.
He slapped at it a bit, didn't he?
It did look like it was coming a bit short. Didn't have enough behind it.
Well, we'll have a look at it again, because it was Sherborne's effort and persistence in the last 15 minutes that have really got them this score. Fowler over the line, bit of a gamble as well. The way he got back up after that.
Style points.
It's like made out of rubber, I think.
You'll feel that when you're older.
Bellamy sends that high, and it's achievable for a regather, and they have got it. It's still with Trinity now. Penalty.
What was formed?
Well, Tiff Austin just getting ahead of himself there, and we mentioned this yesterday, we mentioned it today, but when you've scored and you get the ball back, you don't want to try and lose it or cough it up or make a silly mistake, and it more often than not does happen that way, but it's a bit of a silly mistake from Sherborne.
Exactly, and to be fair, I think there was a bit of a knock on and an accidental offside anyway, but yes, so important. The restart, like I said earlier, it's like another set piece, and if you're not effective, you can put yourself into a world of pressure, a world of pain, which is what they found themselves in again.
Well, at the line out, Tiff Austin goes to the back. Sinclair for Trinity rather, and here they go, the blue and white hoops marching on, trying to find some momentum and a bit of force, and Connor Byrne looks to try and change the direction. The forwards are keeping it with them though. They're not going to let this get out. Oh, now it's gone down to ground.
Penalty advantage their way.
Trinity still going, keeping it in close quarters at the moment, pushing forward. How can they find a way through here? And oh, it's a bit of a fumble. Advantage was called, so we're coming back for the penalty.
It was a really effective carry out then as well, but they didn't have anyone on the outside to clear past, which allowed Sherborne to get and disrupt the ball. But luckily they had the advantage anyway. Just on them pick and goes, they probably need to look at, like I said, carrying outwards a bit more, allowing that outside clearer to blast past. That should create more space and more opportunities. The Sherborne fans still chanting on. They won't be deterred.
Trinity get it off the top again. Oh. Well,
just before I was about to say, he's been throwing so well all day. Given for the not straight.
I don't think we've actually seen a not straight line out all weekend.
Yeah.
Been great accuracy from the hookers.
Horrible feeling.
It's quite calm, the wind today, isn't it? And that's certainly helped things. Tough on the opposition's 5 metre line as well. A lot of pressure.
Yeah, a close skill such as throwing, it really does sort the men from the boys, and such a difficult skill. But like I say, it's been really impressive over today. The accuracy they've had.
Here comes Parry smashing his way through. He's up against Bellamy, and Parry's still going. He's turned him, maybe going round the outside. A huge bend, Will Parry. Oh, if he looked to his left, he'd got 2 men over.
In the side, that's a pen.
Trinity flying in. I think Sherborne have just about got it now. The kick to the corner from Carl Smith. Well, that's going nowhere.
That's it. Oh, put it down. I thought it sat up there.
Half a bounce, just over, wasn't it? Well, Parry, that was a huge break from him. Well inside the 22.
I'm shocked Sherborne didn't get a pen there. I think it was a number of Trinity players in the side, going off their feet, trying to slow the ball down, very cynically. but they seem to have dodged a bullet there. And it's because of the kick going straight dead. It's their scrum.
That's almost seems a real shame for Sherborne, especially the quality of that break.
Exactly. But like he said, the exit just heads up, 2 hands on the ball, because he's only got one hand on the ball under the left arm. He can't free up that ball safely to release the outside backs.
Gormley to Byrne, and Byrne in a bit of space on that outside break, and here he goes again. The electricity from Connor Byrne, maybe just tripped Matabalavu with the chase, and that is a great tackle, and somehow Trinity have it. Gormley in the 5 metre channel needs some support. They've got acres of space and numbers over on this near touchline. They pull it back. Bellamy with the crossfield kick.
Interesting.
Well, I think, did they have the penalty advantage? Yes. We're going to come way back, and Bellamy knew that.
Another fantastic break by the 10, Connor Byrne. Just allowing him, wrapping around this scrum. They had the numbers, goes for the dummy, the wheels on the outside. They could argue he was played, but you are allowed to stand your ground after the kick. I don't think I see much in that. But again, 40, 50 yards from the set piece. So important.
It's amazing how much space he has, and that little outside arc, he's got really good timing of when to step, hasn't he? He doesn't get too close to the defender, just steps early and cuts, and off he goes.
When you've got that much speed as well, you just want to almost step as early as possible and put the hammer down and get going, because if you can burn them on the outside, you just have all these options. I don't know this firsthand, but it's what I've heard.
Well, we're getting a good lesson from Connor Byrne on what to do and when to step today, aren't we?
Good pressure.
If it's worth saying, if you take away Connor Byrne's moments of magic, it is only 12 points to 5, so integral to the current success for Trinity. And here they come once again, marching on this Sherborne try line. Plenty of muscle. Bampo, I think he's gone through. Ooh. Well, he looked as if he'd scored it. Surely was over the line.
Interesting. Why he's pulled it back.
Well, apologies, that was Khalil Alini.
Limping a bit, isn't he? He's uncomfortable.
The Trinity number 7 having a cracking game. Interesting, because he definitely got that over the line. Maybe a bit of cramp in that calf at the moment. We mentioned it yesterday, but for players that don't often play on 4G surfaces, you can get quite a lot of cramp just from the hard surface. If you're used to slightly soggy and muddier pitches, it can definitely take it out of those lower limbs.
Exactly, and it being such a fast track as well, they would have covered a lot more distance as well. Conditions great, set piece been free flowing, so not been bogged down too much. So there's been a lot of running rugby, so like you say, it can take it out your legs, and if the lads aren't used to it, cramps out far behind.
Well, we're going to come for the line out.
Another try here would be a tough mountain to climb, I think. Another not straight. Oh yeah, double pump, apologies. So they have a free kick.
You just see here, he went for it and almost, I don't know whether he thought the timing wasn't quite right. Tricky skill, I can only imagine.
It's the thing, you have to be reactive to what the line out does. More often than not, you got the call, it might be something else, but you have to be reactive to what might change in front of you. And especially when you're that close, it's you let them jump and then you throw. You can't premeditate it. Otherwise, you get instances like that.
Well, we've had a lot of front row and hooker action for you to assess today, haven't we?
Love it.
Good take that from Sherborne, finally managing to secure their own line out. Collins looking for a carrier. Here comes Folger.
The ref wants it today.
Yeah, can't get his hands off it.
Yeah, seems to be a magnet.
He's marshalled this one really well. There's a bit of a feistiness in the opening exchanges, wasn't there? But he's certainly kept the tempo nice and steady.
I think the officiating in all the matches today have been brilliant. They've hardly played a part. You can barely realise they're there, which is, you know, full credit to the officials. It's been a really, really good day and allowed the lads to just play their rugby.
Collins to Carr Smith, and he plays it out the back door to Senior. Big bend and a great offload. Silky. Westmacott still going and cutting back inside. Abrasive run from the right wing. Carr Smith with a huge crossfield kick, trying to put it on the money, and that is a great take from Byrne, and somehow has found himself in some space, not chasing after it himself. And there's plenty of blue shirts behind the ball, but which? It's Sherborne that come away with it. Parry this time. Energetic stuff, even in these final 10 minutes. Carr Smith with the hitch.
Yeah, surprised he went for the crossfield kick after winning so much space and territory. You know, they've been crying out for ending up in areas of this pitch, and they just kick it straight back. It's just a surprising option.
It was an unbelievable kick, wasn't it? So close.
But obviously after the kick, if the ball's collected, the amount of space behind then for Sherborne was gaping, but luckily they had the runners to cover it.
Quick rotation for Sherborne, I think, with Finn Watson heading off and Diego Cable coming back on.
Will it be a front variation ball again? Trinity had mostly had the answers. Oh, nice. Shift drive. It looks like Trinity have disrupted it again. Hands on the ball.
Show and go. Oh. Lachlan to Parry. Oh, they're keeping it in one arm. Maybe they still have the numbers on this near touchline. Can they flood it?
Oh, great
down
pass.
The right wing. Westmacott inside ball, and it is Heber that gets the second try for Sherborne. And a wonderful pair of hands from Charlie Westmacott.
I have to say that the handling from them today, the offloads have been fantastic.
Well, it was Ollie Senior that got the pass inside. Westmacott coming down the right wing, just tackled, and the bumbling pass into the hands of Ollie Senior to take the score.
And that flat miss pass, so important. Catching the winger high, zipping it straight past him, and then the offload on the inside. There's been some great offloads today.
Well, we could be in for a really interesting final 5 or 6 minutes. Try from Ollie Senior, conversion from Ollie Carr Smith. And Trinity lead 22 points to 12 here at Sixways. Some great one-handed offload examples in that passage of play.
Yeah, especially the one down here at halfway on the build-up. It was like 100-to-1 throw, and it paid off. Brilliant skills on show here today.
Well, I think just a couple of substitutions and maybe some medical treatment. Trinity, Sayan Oganyemi. I saw he was limping and he's now off the field. It's a bit of a move around.
Might have been struggling from that calf hamstring earlier.
That is an excellent restart. Just enough height for the players to get underneath it.
Looks like they're going to have to play now.
Well, they're going to go for it, aren't they? Oh, unlucky. Senior couldn't hold on to that pass.
Just got a bit tight there, didn't it? They're moving a bit lateral, took up all the space. So by the time they were passing it out wide, there was only 5 metres between three of them.
Well, Trinity just biding their time here as they come into the scrum. It's a good position for them.
Exactly, and the time's definitely on their side now. The last thing they need is to speed this game up. It's exactly what Sherborne want to do, play with the ball. But if they can deprive them of it for the next couple of minutes, they'll come out victors.
Well, if Trinity had got those 3 conversions they missed, they would have been well out in front now. Now they look to move through. Connor Byrne spins it to Bellamy, and he decides to have a go on his own, skipping through, managing to break in field somewhat, and the forwards with the offload. Great ball, great pair of hands.
I think they're looking to pass out the back of that, but
change of direction to Bellamy. Is he going to go on the outside break, skipping, and Josh Bellamy looking to go on his own for a 5th try for Trinity, and surely now that is the nail in the coffin, and surely Trinity will be heading to Twickenham.
Yeah, great recognition. Sadly, a Sherborne player down on the deck, but there's no reason to stop the game. The ball didn't go his way, so with the extra man, they're going back blind. Pick off. They saw their opportunity and they took it.
Well, Bellamy, he had Roman Matabalavu on his left wing, opted not to use him, didn't need him in the end. It would have been a basic try if they'd just passed it through their hands, but Bellamy is a classy player, and bobbing and weaving and scoring. Josh Bellamy about to try and add the extras as well.
Yeah, great handoff as well. Could have easily gave the 2-on-1, but nah, style points. Push them off, straight in the highlight reel.
Well, looking to convert his own score. Josh Bellamy just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over. An extra 2, put them to 29 points to 12. Not long left to play on the clock here at Sixways. A wonderful contest so far between Trinity and Sherborne. Struck that very sweetly. You could hear it, couldn't you?
Yeah, the crowd let us know that was over before anybody else. The crowd today, brilliant as well, throughout all the competitions. Credit to all the teams that have played today.
Big box coming in.
That's it.
Carr Smith with the half break gets the offload away. Bedford charging through. Now Cable.
Just showing that speed that they probably lacked throughout the game.
Parry. Oof. Offload bouncing around.
But again, the errors, the handling errors, forcing the offload, probably forcing it more because of the stage they are in the match.
Big box from Kennedy, just bouncing, and it's coming to Bampo. Knocked forward.
Yeah, close one. Unlucky But now it's just about processes, doing what you've practiced 1,000 times, staying connected in that defensive chain. But a great match.
Last couple of changes, David Bampo just coming off. Took a bit of a knock in that carry then. Now Ross Sinclair, who scored the first try of the game, who started at hooker, moved to the back row and is now at prop.
You could do it all.
Collins fizzes that one out to McLaughlin. Carl Smith, what a ball that is. Oh, some lovely hands here. Down the left wing they go.
Oh, almost got a shirt off there.
Sherborne just about kept hold of that. Carl Smith, another crossfield kick to Wester McCott. Oh, it's to Connor Byrne at full flight. What can he do here? Nudges that one forward. It's just gone into touch. Oh, that is a shame because he had a second row pair in front of him.
Yeah, just the kicking option. Not sure if it's the right option. They've finally got on top. Yes, it's slow ball, but just having that composure, that trust in your forwards to win the gain line. Too easy of a bailout for the 10 to kick across, which seems to be covered every time.
Again, a Sherborne line-out not quite going to hand. Trinity digging deep to get that back, and it's a bit messy, a bit scrappy, and they get the penalty.
Don't think there's much time left now. Other way around. Outside of the boot.
Well, he can use his right foot off the tee, but he uses his left foot to kick to this touch. Interesting, isn't it? Clever player. Being an integral part of this Trinity machine that will march on to Twickenham in 2 weeks' time.
I can't tell anyone how to kick, so I'll leave them to it.
Sinclair at hooker.
He was just kissing the touchline. Interested?
We're shaking our heads, not quite sure that was entirely straight as it went to the back, but it's still with Trinity charging forward. Great offload. Burns going to have to cut inside here and ships it to Bellamy. All the grubber through. He saw a bit of space. They've got the penalty. I think it was saying that Folger coming in at the side.
Yeah, it looked like it. But again, surprising when you catch it on your opposite hip. I think that's it.
And that is into touch, and that is full time. Ben Simpson blows his whistle. Well, that is it. What a game here, what a semi-final. And Trinity School will face Kirkham at Twickenham in 2 weekends' time. And it was a big result for them here, Sam, today.
Yeah, fantastic, and deserved winners as well. They really strived Sherborne of that territory. They really forced them, put them under pressure in their own half, and came up with the rewards for it. A really good physical outfit, which will be an exciting game in 2 weeks' time. But commiserations to Sherborne, they put in a lot of effort.
Well, let's take a look at some of the bits of magic from this game, because there were plenty of them. The first one, Bellamy to his teammate Connor Byrne, and well, the rest they say is history, because he had an absolute electric game today, didn't he?
He did, and he showed them clean pairs of heels on a handful of occasions. Really caused the defence problems with both hands on ball and running.
I mean, the head-on shot is just a piece of beauty, isn't it? Because the way he just carves and changes his direction, that cut off the left foot nice and early, doing the damage.
Even the camera's just struggling to keep up with him.
All the wheels from Conor Byrne.
Yeah, 2 great individual tries, but also that composure here.
It was a big drive, wasn't it? This Toby Folger.
Yeah, probably an area where Sherborne lacked throughout the game. Really good finish, very acrobatic, but you know, just an area of the game where they just seem to lack that control, where they'd force it or they'd be driven back.
Well, it was a really well worked play in the end for their second try, wasn't it? That lovely looping pass to the hands of Wester McCott, the inside ball to Ollie Senior, and he did the rest to finish it.
Yeah, that came from the gain line, winning the gain line there, fast breakdown around the corner, which frees up the backs and gives them offloads.
Well, Josh Bellamy had a great game as well, and he didn't need his left wing Matabalavu. He went on his own, the big fend, the step, the hustle and the bustle, and managed to get a try of his own in the end. He almost had one in the first half, didn't he? But it was knocked out of his arm as he went over the line.
Yeah, I'm sure that he would have been kicking himself for that. I'm sure maybe the lads will give him a bit of grief on the way back, but no, a really good finish and a really talented player, clearly, with great footwork.
Well, what a fascinating game. Trinity School will head to Twickenham to face Kirkham in 2 weekends' time. Full time from the Under-18 Cup semi-final here at Sixways then. Trinity School 29, Sherborne School 12. And we have had a wonderful weekend here at Sixways. 7 games back-to-back, a couple of belters, some wonderful action. Schoolboy rugby in full flourish and in a really, really good place as well. Sam, thanks very much for joining us on commentary. You've been a pleasure today.
The pleasure is mine.
Well, until next time, we'll be at Twickenham in 2 weeks' time. Until then, good night.